Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Tfank, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, members of the public. Today is Tuesday, January 11th, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche is absent. Commissioner Sobroff,
Here, thank you.
thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. Before I go to item 1 on the agenda, I want to say that this morning we mourn the loss of one of our young officers. Someone who lost his life last evening while defending himself and his girlfriend. On behalf of the Board of Police Commissioners, I want to extend our heartfelt condolences to the officer's family, friends, and loved ones. He died at the hands of vicious cowards. Those who perpetrated this horrible act, they will be caught, they will be prosecuted. Chief, good morning. I will turn it over to you for your report. Thank you.
Commissioner President Briggs, members of the board, Inspector General Smith, Assistant City Attorney Carlos Delguera, and Executive Director Tfank. Commissioner Briggs, as you indicated, today is a very somber day for this department as we grieve the loss of one of our own last night who was senselessly murdered while off duty during an apparent attempted robbery. I will provide some additional details on this in a few moments as part of my overall remarks. As I do each week, I'll provide an update. I'm going to provide an update on significant events since this commission last met, the impact of COVID-19 on department operations, our crime statistics, and our personnel strength. Since the commission last met on December 14th, the department has experienced 5 officer-involved shootings. Tragically, one of those officer-involved shootings occurred on December 23rd. Resulted in the death of an innocent child, Valentina Oriano Peralta, as her and her mother attempted to hide from an individual who was inside the Burlington department store, violently attacking store patrons. This chaotic incident, resulting in the death of an innocent child, is tragic and devastating for everyone involved. I'm profoundly sorry for the loss of this young girl's life, and I know there's no words that can relieve the unimaginable pain for the family. My commitment is to conduct a thorough, complete, and transparent investigation into the circumstances that led up to this tragedy and provide the family and the public with as much information as possible. Additionally, our review will also include an examination of our policies, training, and protocols involved in the shooting, with an eye towards what can be done to avoid such a terrible accident in the future. More related information to this officer-involved shooting is going to be provided as part of the department's verbal presentation today on regular agenda item 5A. Regarding other instances, I'll provide short briefs based on information gathered to this point. Of those other 4 officer-involved shootings, the next one I'm going to speak of occurred in Newton Division on the 18th of December. There at approximately 10:45 hours in the morning, Newton officers responded to a radio call for a domestic violence suspect. As officers arrived on the scene, they approached the apartment building where the suspect, later identified as Rosendo Olivio, was located. As the officer spoke with an unnamed female, Mr. Olivio exited the apartment building armed with a knife in his right hand and a butane torchlighter in his left hand. Mr. Olivio yelled profanities at the officers and threatened to burn the apartment building down. The officers ordered Olivio to drop the knife. However, he ignored the officers' commands and approached the officers armed with a knife, yelling, "Shoot me." As Mr. Olivio approached within 10 feet of the officers while holding the knife, officers discharged their duty weapons, striking him as he turned away from the officers and fell to the ground. LA Fire Department paramedics responded to the scene, assessed Mr. Olivio's injuries, and pronounced him deceased at the scene. A 2-inch folding knife was recovered at the scene, and no officers or other civilians were injured as a result of gunfire during this incident. The second event that occurred was on the 18th of December, the same day, in Newton Division as well, at approximately 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There, Newton patrol officers, as well as gang enforcement detail officers, responded to a radio call of a man armed with a butcher knife. As officers arrived on scene, the suspect, later identified as Margarito Lopez, was seated on the front steps in front of the 900 block of East Adams Boulevard. Officers told Lopez to put the knife down numerous times, both in English and Spanish. Mr. Lopez ignored the officers' commands and maintained possession of the butcher knife. Mr. Lopez stood up on the steps and held the knife up to his neck. Officers deployed a 40mm less lethal launcher foam projectile at Mr. Lopez, which was ineffective. Officers continued to give the suspect commands to put the knife down. However, Mr. Lopez continued to ignore the officers' commands and walked to the bottom of the steps, holding the butcher knife in his hand. A second deployment of the 40mm less lethal launcher was done. It was fired at the suspect, followed by 2 officers firing their duty weapons at Mr. Lopez, causing him to fall to the ground. Officers approached Mr. Lopez and took him into custody. LA Fire paramedics who were staged nearby responded to the scene and transported Mr. Lopez to a nearby hospital, where he later succumbed to his injuries. An 8-inch butcher knife was recovered at the scene. There were no officers or civilians injured during the gunfire during this incident. The third event occurred on the 23rd of December. That is the incident occurring at the Burlington department store that occurred at approximately 11:45 in the morning. Again, we'll have further discussions on that during our regular agenda items. The next event occurred on the 24th, Christmas Eve of December, at approximately 10:38 in the morning. On that date, West Valley patrol officers responded to multiple reports of an assault with a deadly weapon suspect in the area of Van Alden and Sherman Way. There, the suspect, later identified as Brandon Carmelinga, was observed firing a round from a pistol into the air and was also seen trespassing in the backyard of his girlfriend's residence, or his ex-girlfriend's residence, my apologies. Shortly thereafter, an area unit arrived overhead and directed responding units to the suspect, who was walking west on Sherman Way from Van Alden. As the first patrol unit arrived on the scene, they observed Mr. Carmelinga point a handgun in their direction. An officer-involved shooting occurred. Mr. Carmelinga was struck by gunfire and collapsed to the sidewalk. He was subsequently taken into custody without further incident. Mr. Carmelinga sustained a gunshot wound to the head and was transported to a nearby hospital by rescue ambulance. He is expected to survive his injuries. No officers were injured during the incident, and the individual's 9mm firearm was recovered at the scene. The last event occurred on the 26th of December at approximately 6:10 at night in the northeast area of Los Angeles. There, uniformed officers responded to a fire department backup request for a combative suspect suffering from lacerations and puncture wounds to his neck. The individual, later identified as Enrique Ruiz, a male Hispanic 33 years of age, was sitting inside a parked vehicle at the gas station located at the 2900 block of West Broadway. Ruiz refused to exit the vehicle or cooperate with the fire department personnel. Upon the officer's arrival, Ruiz immediately exited his vehicle with a 12-inch knife in his right hand. Officers gave verbal commands and ordered the suspect to put down the knife and turn around. Ruiz refused to drop the knife. However, he continued walking towards the officer, stating, "No, shoot me." When Ruiz reached the front bumper of the police vehicle, an officer-involved shooting occurred. Ruiz was struck by gunfire and collapsed to the ground. He was immediately treated at scene by the LA Fire and transported to Huntington to a nearby hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. No officers were injured during this incident. A 12-inch knife was recovered from the scene. In each of these instances, Force Investigation Division detectives responded to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the circumstances involved. The actions taken and decisions made by all involved will be part of that investigation, including the decision to use deadly force. The results of their investigations will be presented to the Department's Use of Force Board. The board will review the entire investigation and make their recommendations to me on the officer's tactics, drawing and exhibiting of their firearm, and the use of deadly force. I'll review their recommendations and make my own independent determination. My recommendations will be detailed in a report that will be provided to the Board of Police Commissioners. The Board of Police Commissioners will have full access to all information gathered, as well as an independent report by the Office of the Inspector General regarding each of these instances. Additionally, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's officer-involved shooting team responded to these instances with the exception of the Burlington incident. The LA County District Attorney officer-involved shooting team will evaluate the officer's actions, including the officer's decision to use deadly force. In the Burlington incident, pursuant to Assembly Bill 1506, the California Attorney General's office responded to the scene and will be conducting an independent investigation of the shooting and will exercise prosecutorial jurisdiction in place of the LA County District Attorney. Additionally, the circumstances of these instances and their close proximity to one another, given those facts, I've directed to advance the release of the critical incident videos well in advance of the Police Commission's policy of 45 days from the date of the incident. The department released relevant 911 calls, body-worn video, radio broadcasts, and store camera footage of the Burlington officer-involved shootings within days of the incidents. I anticipate that we'll have the remaining 4 critical incident videos completed by the end of this week. The department ended 2021 with a total of 37 officer-involved shootings, resulting in the death of 18 individuals. This is a comparison to 27 incidents in 2020 and 7 fatalities. In our initial analysis of this past year's shootings, we noted a significant increase in instances involving weapons other than firearms. This will be a topic for further discussion, and I'm well aware that this commission is also extremely interested in learning more about these circumstances and what actions the department is taking to counter this increase. For more than 5 years, the department has strived to reduce the number of officer-involved shootings, utilizing a series of initiatives, including more restrictive policies, added tools to provide alternatives for officers, and dedicated training to utilize effective de-escalation skills and strategies while protecting officers and others from an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death. The department is committed to ensuring its work demonstrates its adherence to the guiding principles of reverence for human life, and the use of deadly force is an absolute last resort. We'll move next to our crime statistics. I'm going to cover these very briefly, and that the department, led by the mayor's office, will join with Commissioner President Briggs and myself on Thursday for a media conference to talk in greater detail about the 2021 crime results, as well as various initiatives the department has been engaged in. But in summary, the end of 2021 saw a 4.6% increase in overall Part 1 crime. The most significant aspect of that was a continued increase in homicides and shooting victims, as well as aggravated assaults. In the last 6 months, an increase in robberies, particularly robberies involving firearms. We ended the year with 397 homicides this year versus 355 last year. Over a 2-year period, homicides have now increased by nearly 54%. In our shooting violence, we ended the year with 1,459 shooting victims versus 1,337 last year, and a 54% increase from over a 2-year period. When we dig into our numbers, we see increases in regards also to our property crimes, particularly our motor vehicle thefts, as well as people breaking into vehicles that are parked either in outside locations or in parking establishments. We're looking finally at our what's making up our violent crime increase. Persons experiencing homelessness, we saw as victims of homicides increase by 33% this year versus last. 88 of our homicides this year were identified as victims or persons who were experiencing homelessness. The striking aspect of that was 2 years ago, that number was 41. So the substantial increase in the representation of persons experiencing homelessness being made up of our homicide numbers. Also, our gang-related homicides increased this year by 15%. And over a 2-year period have increased by 65%. As the department works moving forward into 2022, we'll continue to focus on gun violence and the possession of guns, as well as the suppliers of guns, in an effort to stem this violence, as well as work in partnership with our community interventionists and prevention experts to try to settle disputes and not see these escalations that are occurring in far too many of our communities across the city. Next area I'm going to cover is our COVID numbers in regards to the impact of COVID on department operations. This last 4 weeks, much as we've seen across our region, COVID has had a tremendous impact on the department as far as new cases. To give you a point of reference there, this last week we had 562 new COVID positive cases. The week prior to that, that number was 424. And the week ending the 25th of December, that number was 82. Only a month ago, the weekly change from one week to the next was in the low 20s for new COVID cases. So an explosive growth in the sense of new positive cases. We've also seen that while 84% of the department is fully vaccinated, that there's been a crossover effect of this pandemic and this current variant for those that are impacted, that have been vaccinated. Currently, 22% of our personnel who are testing positive for COVID have been fully vaccinated. Additionally, the impact on our department operations have been significant, with 803 of our personnel currently quarantined, and the quarantine period averages about 24 days. As a frame of reference, 1 month ago, that number was 89. As the department is looking forward to all of our personnel returning to work, we still have one of our people in the hospital in very significant conditions. And over this last week, we've had 2 individuals released from the hospital. So the explosive growth of COVID has expanded greatly within the organization, including those that have been previously vaccinated. But I'm thankful that the severity of the pandemic and this current variant is much less than it was just a year ago. Moving forward, our department does have contingency plans to ensure that we continue to maintain essential patrol investigations involving violent crime and our 911 services. We're using overtime as necessary to ensure that our civilian and sworn personnel have the resources needed to staff these positions. Additionally, we're taking specific steps to isolate certain operations within the organization should we see an outbreak of COVID. As discussed last week with Mayor Garcetti at a press conference, for instance, our jail operations have been periodically shut down for the sites to be sanitized as we arrest individuals that are COVID positive, or we learn during their custody with us that they become COVID positive. Additionally, our academy was shut down for 2 weeks and will reopen on the 16th of January as an effort to do remote learning, as we had a number of recruits, all fully vaccinated, that became COVID positive. So we'll continue to make those adjustments as we move forward. The department still has additional levers in which it can invoke in order to augment staffing to ensure that we have necessary services to keep the city safe. Two last issues, one being the personnel strength of the organization. As of the first of the year, we now have 9,524 sworn members of the department, 2,689 civilians. Under sworn deployment, our next academy date starts on Monday, the 16th of January. Year to date, as a halftime report, the department has hired 368 sworn members as new recruits. And their makeup, and going about that, the makeup of that group, approximately 10% are African American, 10% are Asian Pacific Islanders, and 29% are women. Our efforts are to continue the rest of this fiscal year to hire an overall goal of 744. As I've expressed before, we do have concerns relative to our ability to complete backgrounds working in concert with personnel department. Our next academy class is scheduled to start 27 individuals. Our goal is to start 60 every 4 weeks. I'll continue to work with Ms. Macy, the general manager of personnel department, to increase the throughput and increase the background process for qualified applicants so that we can have academy classes as desired, as our efforts are to restore a number of lost positions that we've seen over those last 2 years. Lastly, as Commissioner President Briggs indicated, this morning there was a tragic murder that occurred last night of a young police officer. This officer was assigned to Olympic Division, had 3 years on the job, was starting a very promising career. He found himself, after working a series of days in patrol, to have a day off, and joined with his girlfriend on a hunt for a house, a place to live, a place to buy and invest in the city and in the future of this region. And while they were parking their vehicle, and as they crossed the street to look at this home, this occurred in the 1700 block of 87th Street, in the outside the city limits of LA. As they're crossing that street, a car full of 3 male Hispanics approached and got out of the vehicle and confronted our officer. It appears that the target was an attempted robbery. One of the suspects, based on information we have at this very preliminary juncture, produced a handgun. The officer yelled for his girlfriend to leave, to run, to go back to the car. Shots were fired. The officer returned fire. The officer was struck. The officer attempted to escape and leave the area. The 3 individuals re-entered their truck, a black pickup truck, and fled the scene. Girlfriend attempted to move the vehicle as she tried to escape, then stopped and rendered aid to her boyfriend that was down. She tried to put him into their personal vehicle. I'm grateful for LA Sheriff responding deputies who immediately took possession of our officer and transported him immediately to a nearby hospital. Unfortunately, despite the efforts of the hospital staff, our officers succumbed to those gunshot wounds. The investigation is ongoing. That last night, I, as well as a number of senior staff of this organization, responded, met with the mother of our officer, as well as other family members. Robbery Homicide Division had 8 different teams respond, as well as other investigative assets of the department, working under the leadership of the Sheriff's Department. I'm grateful for Sheriff Alex Villanueva, who is also there to comfort the family and assure the family that the investigation of this murder would be first and foremost as we move forward. We have notified nearly all the members of the family. There are some that are remote, located away. I want to thank the media, as I asked them last night, not to identify the officer. We are prepared to release his name this morning, and his name is Officer Fernando Arroyos, 27 years of age. He leaves a mother and a stepfather. He was the only child. He had a promising future, a bright future, that was taken away viciously over a street robbery. We mourn his loss, will honor his sacrifice to the service of the work that we do each day. For those that have any information on those responsible for this terrible attack, we ask that you reach out to Crime Stoppers, contact your local sheriff's department or police department. We know that there are people out there who are responsible for this. And I am absolutely convinced in our discussions with investigators that we will identify and bring to justice the person or persons responsible for this murder. Thank you for your patience on a detailed and lengthy presentation. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, I'm going to open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Sobro.
Thanks. Thank you, Chief. Without discounting other tragedies and every homicide, every murder, or even every officer involved shooting is basically is tragic for someone. I'd like to make a brief comment on two tragedies and also on one miracle, and without discounting the day-to-day miracles, other day-to-day miracles that happen in law enforcement around America, because that's what law enforcement does, is to enforce laws and keep people safe. The first is the death of Officer Arroyo, and Chief mentioned everything that I wanted to say about it, except I just want to go a little further on one thing, because we hear about this all the time, and that is silent witnesses, and that is witnesses that don't come forward because they're worried about gang retribution, they're worried, whatever reason. For whatever reason they don't come forward, they are complicit in future crimes committed by the people that we aren't arresting because they don't come forward. And I think it's important that that people who say, well, gee, I know, but I really don't want to say anything, or gee, I'm worried about retribution. They also look in the mirror and say, you know what, I'm responsible for the same people in the next crime they committed because I didn't turn them. This death of this officer is a tragedy, and the chief and the sheriff described it, I think, eloquently. I want to go to the miracle that happened on the railroad tracks a couple months ago. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names of the officers or not, but I did write them a note, the four officers. I did watch Officer Zine press conference, and many of us know Officer Zine and know his dad, who's also a police officer, who should be very, very proud. But I wrote to these officers and said to the four of them, there's one sergeant, and Chief, if you want to name them, you can, and 1, 2, 3 police officer threes. Let me join the rest of the nation in thanking you for your incredible actions of bravery and dedication. It is a great thing to see the positive coverage and discussion of law enforcement based on what you did. Every member of law enforcement, 800,000 in America, gets a boost from what you all did. I am very proud and very thankful. So I think it's important to acknowledge that was a miracle, a miracle. The second tragedy I want to talk to, and I want to watch the city attorney's face, because I promise, city attorney, I am not going to breach any of the responsibilities that we have not to discuss a case specifically. But I want to talk about our role in police commissioner's role in the incredible confluence of tragic events that resulted in the death at the Burlington coat factory, without talking about the specific case itself. The charter of this city, which came about, I don't know, papers in 1925 and was rewritten in the year 2000, creates a police commission and rules for what the police commission does and how they do it. The charter can be changed, not by the mayor, not by the commission, but the charter can be changed by the people. And the charter was changed again, I think, in 2020. One of the things that the police commission does is it deals with use of force policy. And the police commission under commission presidents that have succeeded me than under when I was commission president twice, has updated and made changes in that use of force policy. I subscribe to the LA Sentinel, so I pulled it up quickly, but the last time I see, let's see, Police Commission updates LAPD's use of force policy. This was December 9th, 2021. It's one of the things that we do. Another thing that happens in the Los Angeles Police Department is there is a very difficult job of public safety dispatchers, people who answer those 911 calls. Because the public isn't trained in how to talk to a 911 officer, and but the 911 officer or dispatcher who is trained has to take that information and then do something with it. That is a very difficult job. So what happens is there's a call from the public to the dispatcher, then the dispatcher to the department, and then the department to the officers, and then the officers to other officers, and eventually it gets to the person who's in the front of the line on the issue. And there are all kinds of communication issues that may or may not need to be looked at carefully, and may result in some training additions. What our commission does, and what we're required to do, is look at the policy. We set the policy. We can change the policy, but we review each categorical use of force incident, each one based on the totality of the circumstances. That means all the facts, all the evidence, all the statements, and pertinent material regarding each incident. And we make findings in 3 areas: the tactics of the officers, the drawing and exhibiting, and the lethal use of force. In the case, in all cases, and in the Burlington coat factory case, that's what we will do. And to presume, one thing that I've learned, again, it's only been 8.5 years for me.
Commissioner Soboroff?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yes, sir.
I think this may be more appropriate for the agenda item rather than
Okay.
the comments.
Okay, and I'm wrapping it up. One observation is the fact that things happen, the first information that we get, or the information that we may read or see on TV, may or may not be correct ultimately. So we have a specific job in this tragedy and in other tragedies, and that is the work of the police commission. It's a very somber time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Is there any other commissioners that want to make any statements or talk to the chief? Commissioner Decker, I saw you opened your mic first. Commissioner Bonner, I'll go to you next. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. I think you were right in indicating, and particularly the chief's report today, very somber on many, many fronts. I too want to offer my condolences to the family of Officer Arroyos, a tragedy, as well as the tragedy at the Burlington coat factory. And I want to offer my condolences to the family of Valentina Peralta. I do believe in our job as commissioners, we can accept that tragic events, horrible events happen. And as the chief said, it was a tragedy for all involved, and yet maintain our objectivity as we have to. And what, as Commissioner Soboroff indicated, is our job to adjudicate those facts and remain objective in deciding the case when it comes before us. Nevertheless, I do think we can express our condolences to all who were affected by that tragedy. That said, Chief, your report today, somber, I think is the correct word. It reflects the enormous challenges being faced by the city, by the department, by individuals in our city, between the use of force cases, which we will adjudicate when those investigations come to us, to the COVID, to the increase of use of weapons other than firearms. These challenges certainly, I think, will define the year ahead and our planning for the year ahead. But if we could talk more immediately about the current situation with deployment, the immediate situation, you indicated that it is challenging and that you are handling it. The academy was shut down for 2 weeks as well. I wonder if you could just provide a little more detail
Sure.
on how you're handling that.
So thank you. We monitor our actual number of officers working in a uniform assignment, such as an ACAR patrol units, 3 times a day. We have triggers or thresholds where we have minimum staffing. In the instance in which that minimum staffing is not met, we're currently calling in on an overtime basis. The instances of that have been rare. As the department entered the COVID, recognizing the potential pandemic impact on our workforce, we identified alternatives for a continuity of operations called a COOP. What would those redeployment schemes look like? Deploying personnel into a uniform setting that may be working in a desk position, or maybe working as a senior lead or some other important position, but less critical at the moment that we have our essential services of patrol. Also, that our investigators, detectives working homicides, sexual assaults, violent crimes, that those efforts be protected by, again, realigning personnel. Over the course of 2021, with the increase of violent crime, not COVID related, as far as the staffing numbers, we added personnel in the violent crime arena so that we'd have adequate staffing. Today, we're monitoring each command across the city to understand the impact on their day-to-day operations. I reported last Thursday, 61 of our communications operators, our 911 operators, were impacted by COVID. We're COVID positive and we're quarantined. And again, the average period is about 24 days. That has resulted in about 20% of the daily work shift being held over between 1 to 3 hours to ensure that we continue to handle 911 urgent and routine calls to our call centers. Jail operations, forensic science, all of our operations as a complex organization as large as we are, have been impacted by COVID. To date, the reserves that we have, meaning that we still have hundreds of additional personnel that we could move away from their daily task. It could delay some less property crimes. It could delay some administrative projects and work. It could delay some outreach and engagement that we'd otherwise be involved in. Those resources are still available. Also, while the fire department has canceled their days off and leaves as a mobilization so that they can meet their essential deployment schemes, we have not had to resort to that yet. As a reminder, nearly 3 years ago, we did mobilize a significant portion of the organization so that we could meet the day in, day out deployment needs as we were staffing security and policing services at shelter facilities all across Los Angeles, as well as having the impact of pandemic causing us to have to isolate those that were impacted by a positive COVID test. So we still have some flexibility. We still have room left in our deployment. And let me assure you that just as recently as yesterday, in a general staff meeting with captains and above, I stressed to every command officer the need for them to monitor our deployment. We need to make sure our people are rested. We need to make sure our people have sufficient resources to go out and do, at times, a very difficult job. And in doing that, I would rely upon them to identify shortages or gaps in our resources.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And thank you for the description of the continuity of operations plan as well as the impact to the department. I recall seeing the continuity of operations plan. It is robust, but let's nevertheless hope that this latest surge has reached its peak and we start seeing some relief. But I do appreciate that. And I'll conclude just with a brief remark regarding the review of policies and training, and particularly in light of the increased numbers of officer-involved shootings from last year. I want to assure the public that those reviews have already started and that members of the commission are deeply committed to reviewing those policies and ensuring that we, as an oversight board, are doing everything that we can to we do what we know the public wants, is to improve the situation, and do what we know that officers want as well. So we are committed to that and we'll continue to work on that. So thank you very much, Chief. Commissioner Briggs, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you very much. Just two quick items, Chief. One, starting with the staffing plan, I believe or the patrol plan. I know we're going to receive a briefing on that agenda item coming up sometime soon, and would ask you to include as part of that maybe some of the detail that Commissioner Decker was asking about. And it just strikes me that the situation around COVID and the current complexities there, I think, lend themselves to starting point for really explaining how all this works. There's a lot of questions about how you intend some of the other levers that you referenced, and I assume some of that involves reallocating people from some administrative positions into patrol, but then that has some impact, of course, on other operations and so on. So I just ask you to include that in the scope of the briefing that's coming up so that we can understand really how all that's working. We appreciate that. And then the question, just real briefly, I'll reserve the question on the Burlington shooting, but in terms of the officer-involved shooting for 2021, one, you mentioned that we'll be getting some further analysis of any of the trends and some of the considerations there. Just a question of when that will occur. And then also, do you know offhand how many of those cases the Attorney General's office is also investigating?
So let me answer the last question first. A total of 2 is, as I recall, for effective 2021, which the law took effect. The most recent one being the Burlington. The analysis of the instances of officer-involved shootings is ongoing. We're looking at what we do know today is that in the course of 2021, out of 37 officer-involved shootings, 22 of them involved weapons other than firearms. 15 involved an actual firearm. That 15 is a reduction from 2020, where 16 of the 27 officer-involved shootings, some 59% involved a firearm. So we've seen a reduction in the actual use of firearms by individuals that we've come in contact with, and an increase in weapons such as edge weapons, vehicles, as you saw the event in Burlington involving a heavy bike lock. Those are the types of weapons. Our analysis with this is to understand and review our policy, review our dispatch protocols with weapons other than firearms, such as edge weapons. There's a defined protocol for supervisors and for less lethal tools. There's training for de-escalation, expectations for officers to follow the patrol acronym, including their redeployment, their movement, creation of distance and cover to protect themselves from imminent peril of serious bodily injury or death. There's also expectations of allowing less lethal to work and relying upon it to overcome the threat withoof unnecessarily exposing the officer or others to, again, this imminent threat, of defining what an imminent threat is. Each of the years that as myself as well as my predecessors have been chiefs, we have seen instances of officer-involved shootings that were out of policy. So the policy itself, I'm also proud of this commission and the department that over the last 5 to 7 years, we've seen a strengthening of accountability on those policies and adherence to those policies, where the use of deadly force is an absolute last resort. And so the impact of that, I believe, has had the impact of lowering the overall numbers. In 2019 and 2020, we saw a total of 26 officer-involved shootings and 27 respectively. That those numbers were decades, since we began gathering information on the number of officer-involved shootings back before the 90s, as far as record lows. But to see this resurgence, to see it come in with the increase all in weapons other than firearms, is causing us to take a deep dive and to identify what training and what other avenues we need to pursue. And this, by the way, did not start with the incident involving the tragic outcome with the death of Valentina. This was analysis that began, and you may recall from some of my earlier remarks, as we saw an increase in officer-involved shootings involving weapons other than firearms. And as that trend began challenging our staff to look at these without judging, without making a decision, but based on preliminary information, what were some of the common characteristics that we could problem solve in an effort to identify means of improving our ability, our resilience in dealing with very trying circumstances and chaotic times, to give the officers the best opportunities to avoid the use of deadly force and to save lives.
And of course, one of the issues there, one of the factors I think we'll want to look at it relative to all of the information available, but certainly with 2021, is how many of the officer-involved shootings were in or out of policy. And one potential complication that strikes me there is that I believe, now we're still reviewing some cases from some shootings that occurred in 2021 that it still have not come. So there's that question of if we were asking how many of the, I think 31 is it 31 or 32? From
2021, we had a total of 37.
37.
In 2020, we had 27.
All right.
The last
37.
time we met, we had 32 is why you may have had that number.
Yeah. Okay. So 37. But some of those won't really be fully adjudicated until later this, or through sometime this year, right? So if we were asking how many of the 37 were in or out of policy, we really won't know the answer to that question until sometime later this year.
No, that's correct. And yet I want to reassure you and the public, we're not waiting for the final adjudication. Whether it ultimately is determined to be within the existing policy, as you know, over the last 5 years, those policies have changed and evolved. Whether there is a need for further evolution of our use of force policies will be part of the rubrics, part of the challenge of us looking forward as a means of what policy constraints or what reasonable policy constraints to protect officers and innocent bystanders and others from serious peril of the imminent threat of serious injury or death. What's reasonable, what's practical, and that demonstrates reverence for human life, and that the use of deadly force must be a last resort. At the same time, what are some factors that that the officer options or initiatives that the officer did not rely upon or should have relied upon, and how is our training ensuring that the education of our personnel instills that mindset and also those options in their mind as they go about and enter these type of circumstances. So it is this is a work that we can't wait until all 37 are adjudicated. and we won't. We do have the benefit of adjudications from 2020, 2019, 2018. We do have some similarities when we see weapons other than firearms to say what are some of the overlaps that we see from one year to the next, and what are perhaps some of the strategies that in the past we've used, and is there a perishable skill here where our personnel, we need to strengthen or deepen it. I will say that in looking at our officer-involved shootings in comparison to our non-categorical uses of force, we do have a number of instances in which officers are confronted with edged weapons and weapons other than firearms, in which officers are able to resolve it with a low-level use of force other than a firearm, even at the lowest level, and many instances in which they're able to de-escalate and not have to resort to force at all. So that what we're seeing here is, of course, those instances in which that did not occur. But we also want to reflect upon instances of where other alternatives were used, or what were the means and strategies that officers were able to utilize that overcame the challenging circumstances. They're able to protect themselves, they're able to protect their partners, the public, and also protect the individual that they're trying to bring into custody in a safe way.
Well, I appreciate that. I just tell you that one of the issues that I'll be very interested in trying to evaluate, and I'll welcome any suggestions, not necessarily now, but as the information comes together as to how best to do that. But I'm trying to look at the correlation between our adoption and refining of policy and training on the one hand, say, changes in policy and training on the one hand, and the number of shootings on the other. That's something I'm trying to figure out how one evaluates whether or not the changes in policy and additional training impact the number of officer-involved shootings. There's a lot of issues around that, but that's what I'm trying to figure out how we will be able to evaluate. So as you put the information together, if you can suggest some alternatives, or how to look at that, I sure appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner and Chief Moore. At this time, I would like to also offer the condolences that have been expressed by Commissioner Soboroff, Commissioner Decker, with respect to the tragic death of Valentina. Her death is heartbreaking, and as the mayor and chief of police have said, we are all committed to an exhaustive investigation of the events on December 23rd. The investigation process for officer-involved shootings is lengthy and thorough, as explained by the chief and also by Commissioner Soboroff. Every aspect will be evaluated, from the incident's first call to its devastating ending. As with all investigations, if the use of deadly force is found to be out of policy, there will be accountability. I want to remind the community of the role of the police commission in this process. The Board of Police Commissioners is charged with, among other things, creating policy and holding the department accountable for those policies. There's been a lot of speculation about when the commission should comment on officer-involved shootings. Many feel that by not speaking immediately, the commission is not acknowledging the occurrence, that by not immediately condemning these shootings, the commission is condoning them, or worse, that we don't see the human aspect or understand the heartache and frustration in our communities. Nothing could be further from the truth. Simply put, it is not appropriate for the commissioners to weigh in or speculate on what the investigation's findings might be, as the commissioners are the final adjudicators of the incident being in or out of policy. By reserving comment until the investigation is complete, the commission is holding fast to the commitment that the process will be fair, impartial, and move forward as it is supposed to do. The department will lead the investigation with the commission's independent Office of Inspector General overseeing the process. The findings of the investigation will be presented to the commission for a final determination as to whether the actions of the involved officers conform to department policy. The commissioners will listen to details of the investigation, review the evidence, review the recommendations of the chief of police and the inspector general, and the commissioners will make a final decision on the outcome for the officers and department. We owe it to the Angelinos, Valentina, and her family to make sure the process is followed to the letter. I understand that it is difficult and I may be asking a lot, but I asked all of you for your patience as we move through this process. It is through this process that we will hold the department accountable in the way the community is asking us to do. I understand that many of you have requested that we increase our time today to allow you to comment on the tragic events that occurred in December. I hear you. Today, we will increase our 45-minute public comment period to 1 hour. Madam Secretary, please open item 2, public comment.
Okay, our first speaker is Betty Lay, followed by Gina Viola.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, a couple of the agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I want to start with offering my condolences to the loss of our LAPD officer last night and to the loss of the individual young lady from Burlington's. I want to thank Stroberoff for his first comment. That was wonderful. Also thank Foothill for their bravery. I support Chief Moore and all of LAPD. Then I also want to add that the social media regarding this OIS on the 23rd, a lot of it has been false information, makes me nauseated. People who feel the need to smear others' names through the mud just to lobby because they have too much time in their hands. And one of the 911 calls, you can hear the store manager yelling to evacuate, run, get out of the store, there's an active shooter. The mother even stated, we hear yelling, we look out the door and decided to drop to the floor and pray. If she would have listened to the store manager and run out, it would have ended in their favor. No one has X-ray eyes, and all who are trying to spread false information needs to go through force option simulators. And of course, the news media seems to enjoy making negative, hateful people even more angry. And this attorney doesn't even live in California. He needs to go home. He seems to be wanting to line his pockets with money. And this entire incident has been emotionally affected LAPD and LAFD, the first responders that were on the scene. I don't know of any civilian who could come up and do what law enforcement and firefighters do. Wake up, people, do the right thing. And there's rumors out there that Luz and Monica have made a motion. Well, I feel both of them need to be defunded. Their city vehicle needs to be turned in and their city credit card turned off. Now, another thing is this Bluestone company. What about the other 7 companies that had bids? They weren't even considered. There are companies out there willing to test city employees and first responders for free. This needs to stop. This is corrupted and not fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola, followed by Q Jean-Marie.
Chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
I don't understand how we continue to listen to members who work for the LAPD take up our time in public comment. You need to look into that. Week after week, when you bother to meet at all, we have to compete with people who actually work for the department to take up some of this time. 15 minutes, you added an additional 15 minutes for not having met for 4 weeks. And in that 4 weeks, LAPD murdered 5 people. 5 people. Rosendo Olivo Jr., Margarito Lopez, Daniel Elena Lopez, Valentina Oriana Perlata, and Enrique Ruiz. It's just despicable. It's despicable to listen to you all talk about the goings on of LAPD, the accountability that you provide for LAPD. You are not accountability. You are 100% rubber stamping of the LAPD. And Chief, for you to even mention the fact that sometimes things are found to be out of policy and that's a good indication that the department's moving in the right direction, nothing happens to those officers that are found out of policy. In fact, if anything, often they are promoted. And sometimes they are put into the department overseeing officer-involved shootings. So this is just a ridiculous assertion. You can't even protect officers from the threat of COVID. You've lost 10 officers and 3 spouses. Almost 10% of your department is on paid leave right now. And of those, 80% are unvaxxed, like how you flipped those numbers. Are you even requiring the vaccine to be mandatory for cadets? Because you weren't last time you spoke about that. Sober off, writing to the officers just proves you will never, ever be oversight. You will never, ever be the public voice in policing affairs. It's just all you do is rubber stamp what the LAPD does. Each and every one of you. Briggs, you make my blood boil like Decker did before you and like Soberoff did before her.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Q Jean-Marie, followed by Jason R.
Pastor Q Jean-Marie.
Okay, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on all of them, including public comments, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I am very troubled because if the commission sets policy, then the blood of Valentina is on the hands of the police commission. Secondly, if the goal of LAPD is public safety, is a bullet the only solution to our society's ill? How can we say that the goal is public safety when you have an officer running into a store with a military grade rifle? Are we at war? I heard that the LAPD regarding this is investigating itself. You're not listening. We're speaking, but you're not listening. We've told you time and time again that the LAPD should not be investigating itself. Also, how is it that we could shoot into a crowded store again with a military grade rifle? I don't get it. Regarding houseless people dying, we're not surprised. This is the outcome of a flawed system. I've been working in Skid Row for 15 years. This is not rocket science. As more people end up on the street due to lack of housing, and we increase police instead of housing, this is what's going to continue to happen. If your goal is public safety, why are we endangering innocent people like this little girl? As it relates to your guns versus knife shootings, it kind of reminds me of Marvin Gaye in 1971. Marvin Gaye released an album called Inner City Blues. And in Inner City Blues, there was a song that was called Make Me Wanna Holler. And one of the lines in the song is trigger happy policing, make me wanna holler. You're shooting at people with knives, and you wanna tell me with all of this technology that we have, we can find ways to get tanks and all of that stuff. We've had to fight to get those military grade weapons out of our society. You can find ways to find data and to basically spy on people, but you can't find any solution to disarming somebody with a knife. You have to go into a store and you have to shoot a military grade rifle. And the police commission want to tell me that you're doing your job? No. You're about to lose your job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R., followed by caller ending 2992.
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So let's start with the man of the hour, Musty Mike. You can't shut me up today. Moore couldn't be bothered to come back from his Nashville vacation after his department murdered Valentina Oriana Peralta, a 14-year-old girl. What was your excuse? You see, Mumbling Mike was too busy making pizza and tamales to fly back to Los Angeles. That's just a 4-hour flight. Instead, you had Dominic Troy gleefully update the city on how y'all murdered 2 people. Moore, like his boss Garcetti, doesn't want to face any criticism for the shooting or any of the other ones. And so while Moore got to spend time with his only child over the holidays, Juan Pablo Oriana Lalenas was mourning his only child. Her life was stolen by pig William Dorsey Jones Jr., the model cop for LAPD. So once Moore made it back to LA, he didn't put on a press conference to address the murder marathon put on by his own department, 6 shootings in 9 days resulting in 5 murders. Would someone like to ask Moore why his crime spree didn't warrant a press conference? I tried asking him last Thursday during his first public appearance since these murders, but he had his minions kick me out of the presser. So how is it during that first public appearance since the LAPD crime spree that he had the nerve to address COVID first, something he has continually failed on, instead of addressing how his department had the blood of a 14-year-old on their hands? He's shown he won't do a goddamn thing to stop the biggest cop killer, COVID. When will this commission, who refuses to meet in person, blaming the state of emergency that you claim impacts your ability to meet safely in person, ask for a presentation on how the LAPD has handled COVID during the pandemic? I'd still like to see how many officers have been disciplined as a result of not wearing a mask. How many have been fired? What's going on with the officers who failed to get vaccinated by the extended deadline of December 18th? Let's see the transparency you keep talking about. The LAPD is the shit stain on LAPD's racist whiteys. First, Moore's henchmen created a national embarrassment by arresting French nationals. Then they murdered a 14-year-old girl from Chile that Biden had to apologize for. And now they've been exposed as Pokemon fanatics obsessed with catching Snorlax. Who knew the training that y'all keep pushing for was to catch Pokemon? In that $213 million increase requested by the LAPD that this commission rubber stamped, there was $10 million in overtime earmarked for that same area that your finest Pokemon trainers operate in. And I just want to speak to Bootlick Briggs. How was it that you make no mention of the young girl murdered by the LAPD in your opening remarks? How do you not start with that? How about the vicious coward that stole the life of Valentina Oriana Peralta and Daniel Elena Lopez? You are a disgrace. You said something about you only said something about her after other members of the commission made comments. Now we know why you cape so hard for the LAPD. That's literally your family. The real question we need to ask is, did you do any of your ride-alongs with your brother? What division is he working out of these days? On the topic of daughters, Isabella, your daughter, was a founding member of the now defunct RAIN organization. Named
Okay, this is off topic.
Fuck you.
And
Fuck
we're going
you,
to the
Briggs.
next.
Fuck you.
Okay, next speaker is caller ending 2992, followed by Philip Tabby.
Good morning. All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd also like to express my condolences for the tragic loss of the officer last night, as well as Valentina in the Burlington, North Hollywood incident. But definitely, I think we all need to wait for all the information to come out before passing judgment. It was clearly a mistake of some sort. And it's, you know, I totally expected the haters to come out in full force during this meeting, and really regret that the time was extended, specifically caving in for them, Commissioner Briggs. We don't need to hear more of their nonsense as in the last comments we just had to hear. So anyway, none of us are working for LAPD who call in. We just support our community and support LAPD and public safety. So anyway, the year-end crime stats were through the roof and only shows the need for more staffing. When more cops are put on patrol and on investigations, we're all a lot safer for it. And we see results. So I'm curious to know what the plan is to bring to hire more officers and what the commission is doing to help that and support that. And I also agree with the first caller about the Bluestone, Pedram Sulampur. And I'm also wondering what the commission can do to look into that, or maybe the inspector general, I don't know. So anyway, I support LAPD officers, Chief Moore, and yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby, followed by Richie.
Good morning, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to give my deepest condolences to the family of the young lady that tragically died from the accident that happened in North Hollywood. I also want to offer my deepest condolences to the young officer that was murdered in South Los Angeles. Crimes at a level today that, even the best police department in the nation, and that's the LAPD, is having a hard time controlling. And it's not the policies of the LAPD that are failing, rather the relaxed laws and the elected individuals who are failing the people. On the day of the tragic accident in North Hollywood, officers responded to an active shooter incident as it was reported. This type of call requires more officers to respond and different procedures to be carried out. Had this been an assault with a deadly weapon call, I believe only 2 officers would have responded. Nonetheless, when the officers arrived, they were faced with many decisions that had to be made quickly to save the life of the bloodied victim and anyone else he may have been targeting. A tragic accident occurred that was devastating for everyone involved. But my support for all officers involved will always be there. Why are we not talking about the real criminal who should be the one holding the blame for this tragic accident? That should be the main narrative here. Criminals are becoming more brazen, knowing that consequences are very low, while many are drug fueled. Trying to shift the blame to LAPD is ignorant and reckless, and this commission knows that. Let's stop policing the police when they have demonstrated time after time their dedication to keeping Angelenos safe. With that said, bravo to the Foothill officers involved in saving the pilot from his aircraft 6 seconds before a train collided with it. These officers are heroes. It is sad that soft on crime Monica Rodriguez instantly turned that accident into a political theater to advance her agenda to get rid of a very beneficial airport. She also led the defunding of LAPD. It's all about the money, just like Bluestone. When will this commission discuss the corruption behind testing? Just stop the nonsense. Homicides are up 100%. Officers are leaving the department in higher numbers than ever. And we have elected individuals who do not have the public's best interest in mind. Wake up.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by TK.
Hi, yes, Richie Surdenko, all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hi, yes, so this is Richie Surdenko from the People's City Council. Commissioner Briggs, I think it's telling that you didn't start your comments at the beginning of this meeting about LAPD killing 14-year-old Valentina. And I just keep going back to your comments about telling us to live in reality, right? You're a joke, bro. You're a joke. You are the top commissioner on this board. And the number one thing you say after LAPD became an international embarrassment was about this officer that was shot last night. Not the number one news story that had been in the news cycle all across the country, all across the world. Okay. And, we know why you're partial to Killer Cop Jones, Briggs. You know why, right? We all know why you're partial. Briggs, come on, look up at this one. We know why. It's because your brother's a killer cop too, right? That's why you don't want to say anything about this. I'll go on to Soboroff, bootlicking to the 10th degree. Once again with the LAPPL talking points, and you go on about use of force changes. Well, folks, LAPD did this a few years ago with Melly Corrado. They went into Trader Joe's, opened fired, and killed Melly Corrado. And what did they do this time with Valentina? They fucking charged in, opened fired, and killed the teenager. So you're telling me that they can be potentially reformed when they open fire and keep killing innocent people, right? And that's not to say Daniel Lopez shouldn't have died either. Daniel Lopez should not have been shot and killed. He did not have a gun on him, okay? There was no active shooter. And I see the LAPPL and all of you here that are gonna be like, oh, well, Jones thought it was an active shooter. Well, what about all the other people, about all the other officers that were there, that were telling Jones to slow down? It clearly wasn't an active shooter. He was a bloodthirsty killer cop that killed two people, one of which was a 14-year-old girl, okay? It was a crowded store with a military-grade rifle, okay? Fuck you, Chief Moore, honestly. Fuck you so goddamn much, because you stand up there and you act like, LAPD is this prime example of policing in America, and it is, you're right, but not in a good way. You guys, LAPD killings were up 160% last year. Talk about the crime wave. Fuck.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have TK followed by Karen Purdue.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Power and strength to all the families impacted by pig murders and state-sanctioned violence. We're here to conquer and end your evil. Lies, deception, propaganda, and reign of terror. No amount of money, training, or reform can change this evil. It must be abolished. You continue to use our tax dollars to fund our oppression. The money and resources must be put in Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. Law enforcement killed approximately 670 people over 7 years with zero accountability. In 2021, shot 38 people, killed 18, 5 in which were in the last 2 weeks of the year, including a 14-year-old child, Valentina Orellana Parada, who was trying dresses on when pigs stormed into the Burlington store with guns blazing. Pigs bombed and devastated an entire neighborhood, killing Ozzie Hutchinson and Roman Reyes. Pigs terrorized Dr. Melina Abdullah and her family, swatting her house 3 times, sent a white supremacist to surveil, harass, and push her. Pigs beat, terrorized protesters that stood up against injustice and state-sanctioned violence. The George Valentine that was passed around mocking the murder of George Floyd, maskless pigs spreading COVID, the list goes on. 500 years of colonization and terror must end. Not one more penny should go into funding this evil. I'll spend my last breath to end this evil. No amount of words, thoughts, and prayers from y'all matter. We don't want to hear it. These are a few of our demands. Stop killing Black and Brown Indigenous folks and terrorizing our neighborhoods. We want independent investigation on the pigs that murder our folks and commit crimes. They cannot investigate themselves. And an end to our tax dollars funding any law enforcement and put those funds in Black, Brown community and Indigenous communities. Pigs don't prevent crime, resources do, but y'all keep sucking up our money for services. Fire more, dismantle this department, and abolish the pigs. I'll yield the rest of my time to the rest of the community. Fuck y'all.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karen Purdue followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's comments, 5A and general comments, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Excuse my voice this morning. I've got bad allergies. To begin with, my community mourns the death of Valentina. and extend our very sincerest condolences. The uptick in crime concerns us all, and all too often recently, innocent people are harmed as our city is under siege of violent criminals with their free Gascon get out of jail card free. I look forward to the AG's report of findings. Thank you for devoting an entire agenda item devoted to her. I'd like to give a shout out and thank you to the Foothill Division officers for their heroic acts involving the pilot. Many quiet, heroic acts happen daily. Most officers serve selfishly and responsibly daily without fanfare. Regarding COVID, excuse me, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla stated yesterday that the jabs are not what they hoped it would be regarding their efficacy and lack of safety. You can look that up, it's easily available. Many physicians and scientists have said for some years.
Madam Secretary, this is off topic at this point. Let's
Please
move to the next caller.
Okay, next we have Steve Rogers, followed by Blue.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 5, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First, I'd like to say that all lives matter, and I offer condolences to the family, the LAPD family of Officer Arroyo, Fernando Arroyo, who was murdered, and also to the family of Valentina and her friends. Condolences on what happened was a terrible, tragic accident. And I think I'd like to offer condolences to all the 397 victims of murder in the city of Los Angeles last year. That number is way too high. It represents a 47% increase. And I think that the LAPD on its website should acknowledge the murder of all victims, and that their picture should be on the website along with a synopsis and the location so that the public knows where these murders are occurring. We have a right to know what's going on in our neighborhoods. And I know for a fact that murders have occurred which have not come to the public's awareness because they haven't been reported by the media, but it's up to the media to determine what they report. It's up to the LAPD to provide information to the public on the most serious of crime, which is murder. And no matter what the race or the socioeconomic status of the person, all lives matter, all people are the children of God, and they need to be acknowledged. I want to acknowledge Commissioner Briggs and Commissioner Soboroff's remarks. They were right on target today. Thank you. You're doing a tough job. And we, the people, the real people of Los Angeles, not paid political activists, support what you're trying to do, which is to improve the situation, as Commissioner Decker said. And Chief, I know you have a tough job. You may not agree sometimes, but I support you in what you're trying to do for the department. Some things I do not support, though, is the COVID mandate. And the COVID mandate, which you are putting on the officers as a burden, I think we've come to the realization that the vaccinations may or may not work. So why would you threaten officer termination when they have serious religious issues, medical issues, not all size fits all, and issues of conscience? So let's take a look at that. I think for the coming year, it's a very somber day, but I'm hoping for the coming year we can have greater transparency, better communication. I'd like to see more neighborhood watch meetings take place, even if they're virtual. We need to have a better relationship in the coming year. And let's see, what else can I say about this, what's going on? There's a lot that needs to be improved, but we have to work together and stand strong against the cop haters, against the people who really have a revolutionary communist agenda and don't want to help you to improve community policing and provide a safer Los Angeles for everybody. God bless you. All stay safe in the coming year. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Blue, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me all right?
Good morning. Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
If you could give me all items, please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you again for your time this morning. I hope everybody had a nice holiday and some well-needed rest. I want to first off by thank Commissioner Briggs and Soboroff for your support of our police officers. We that live in the community truly appreciate it. No, we're not police officers. We're not planted. We don't call every week as plants or comrades. We're calling as actual citizens that live in these violent communities these days that, crime has gone up, the at-home robberies, the follow-home robberies, the smash and grabs. So thank you to all our officers, Chief Moore, that are out there, please, keeping our community safe. Keep it up. We that live here, like I said, appreciate it. We want to see more of that and, community relationships. And I want, of course, to just to let you know, when you reach out to the family of the young officer that was killed this morning, just let them know we are hurt. We are hurt. When I saw that this morning, it would just tore at my heart. Please let them know the community supports the family. His life mattered. All police officers' lives mattered. And we appreciate them for sacrificing their lives and what they do on a day in and day out. And yes, we understand that Valentina's death was a freak accident, just a freak, horrible accident. And we realize that it was just an accident. This officer was running in to save a woman whose head was getting bashed in by a bike lock. That could have been anyone's mother or grandmother or sister. And you hear the concern in his voice when he's saying, she's bleeding, she's bleeding. He went in there to save this woman. And, we please know that we know that he's devastated and we know that he's going through a hard time. This is hard for anyone to take, but we realize again, this was a freak accident. And of course we feel bad for this young girl, but I hope that, the investigation and everything that, that follows is fair for this officer. We see the LA Times didn't have not even a little snippet of the young officer that was murdered this morning, didn't bother, but day in and day out, they have, the lashing out at this officer for the Burlington coat shooting. That was an accident. They're quick to do the cop hater stories, but never once do they praise the officers. And thank you to the officers who saved that man from the airplane. Yes, blessed are the peacemakers, and that truly they are.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Minerva Garcia.
Wow. All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I also think that the killing of Valentina Oriana Peralta is tragic. And even though I despise the LAPD as a tool of racist, state-sponsored white supremacist violence, I'm even sorry that individual officer got killed last night, and I'm sorry for his family. But you know who else I'm mourning? The other 4 people that LAPD murdered in those 8 days in December, and the other 17 people that you killed last year, and the other 36 you shot, and everybody going back and back as far as it goes. Just because somebody has a 2-inch blade or an 8-inch blade, or even, gasp, a 12-inch blade doesn't mean they deserve to die. Daniel Elena Lopez didn't deserve to die. He was obviously having a mental health crisis. So there are some vicious cowards out there in the LAPD too, and on this Zoom, Commissioner Briggs, with your fucking bare minimum 15 extra minutes. And you, Chief Moore, you are an utterly failed leader. The number of travesties that have occurred during your tenure is appalling. Hearing you use the phrase, quote, reverence for human life is absurd and offensive, considering that you're the guy in charge of a police department that killed 37 people last year, 5 of them in a space of 8 days. 37 shootings in 2021, 18 people dead. Violent crime is up. Brazen smash and grabs are raging. And your department has so much money, but yet you're asking for even more. The math just does not make sense. The issue is clearly not that you're underfunded. To the contrary, you are overfunded. You need to be defunded, dismantled, and abolished. And anyone who doesn't agree with that position is delusional and living in a fantasy world. Commissioner Briggs, the head of this commission, has immediate family members who were LAPD officers and may still be. That's a glaring conflict of interest. The man should be removed from his leadership post and the commission in general, and anyone who disagrees with that reality is delusional and living in a fantasy world. Commissioner Briggs, I know you haven't been on the commission for very long, but you misspoke when you said that if an officer's actions are found out of policy, they will be held accountable. I'm sorry, but that's not how this commission works. It's shown that to be the case. And if you think that is how it works, then you're delusional and living in a fantasy world. Not a peep from any of you about the fact that an appeals court upheld the firing of the LAPD officers who ignored a call to play Pokemon Go. Seems like the kind of thing you might reasonably expect somebody to mention. Maybe one of the commissioners could have a question about that. Maybe the chief could get ahead of it, kind of name some of the elephants in the room that come up week after week. But if you're expecting that, you are attending the wrong Zoom. And to that point, you know, LAPD atrocities occurred so often that less recent atrocities just get buried under the slipstream, but that doesn't mean they didn't happen. What about the fireworks explosion in South LA, the LA gun store? There's not time to talk about all of it, and that's kind of the point. The LAPD money grab is absolutely sickening. They don't need more money, they need to be defunded. Chief Moore is a dismal failure and he needs to go. This police commission is compromised and so clearly in the tank for the cops. What a sad state of affairs for the city. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Minerva Garcia, followed by P. Minor.
Hello, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, I was there at Valentina Orellana Peralta's funeral yesterday to see a child, a 14-year-old child, being buried for needlessly being shot and killed by William Dorsey Jones. It was no accident, sir. It was no accident. The fellow officers were telling him to slow down, and he did not. Using a military-grade rifle to shoot in a busy store during the busiest time of the year, a day before Christmas, because Latinos celebrate Christmas Eve. To have your child in your arms killed needlessly and senselessly? How would you feel, Soberov, if your child who sells ketchup or salsa or whatever the fuck he sells, you had to bury him on Christmas Day? Or I know you're Jewish, so what if it was on Hanukkah? It's personal. It is personal when a child is killed like that, along with the rest of these other 5 people that you murdered, LAPD. Rosendo Olivo, Margarito Lopez, Daniel Elena Lopez. Why couldn't he have been brought in? Yes, he assaulted people. Why couldn't he have been brought alive to pay for whatever he was doing, for assaulting people? Why did you have to murder them in such cold fashion? And it's common sense if you have a military grade rifle and the guy had a bike lock. It's common sense. And you say, yes, you know, the circumstances were highly altered, but aren't you trained? Aren't you trained? You, Soberov had says, you know, you say you're there to enforce laws, but you don't enforce laws. You only enforce them for other people, not for yourselves as a commission. In terms of your item C, your collaborative crisis response training grant, I mean, it's useless. Where are you getting more money when you just, you know, the first thing you do is shoot first and ask questions later, like you did in Meli Corado's case? I mean, come on. I can keep going on, but what is the point? Are you even listening? And lastly, the general comment that I have of your officers are doing political activity against Code 3206. They're saying that Gascon must be recalled, yet they're using your uniform. They're in their LAPD uniform to do this. So why aren't you enforcing that? But then again, what is the point of this commission when you don't enforce laws for yourselves, but for the rest of everybody?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have P. Minor, followed by Michael Williams.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Paula Miner. I'm with Black Lives Matter. I have to say, we are not haters. We have sympathy for all of those murdered by LAPD. We've been coming to this commission, at least I have, since 2014, asking for police accountability, de-escalation, changes in police practices and procedures. LAPD refuses to change. Chief Moore comes here and says all kinds of meaningless things. Most frequently, he says it will be under investigation. There's no explanation, no plan for accountability because he has no control of the police force. He has personally said he cannot discipline or fire them. They and their police association disingenuously call the union, totally ignore him and everything he says. They continue their militaristic, aggressive, and reckless shoot first approach to all situations where citizens are unarmed, having a mental crisis, or where they are in need of help, but they are not in need of being murdered. LAPD operates like this because they know they will not be held accountable. Their response is to ask for more money and more money. They get more money than they actually need, and they waste money. This commission sits here wasting the people's time and even their own time because you allow this to continue. You rubber stamp any and everything that's said. You grin and smile at CSP and community groups who come in here because LAPD gave them coffee and donuts, a place to meet, or toys for the kid, while LAPD continues to be the most murderous law enforcement organization in the nation. This must end. This commission is worthless and sad. LAPD is again aggressive, militaristic, reckless, and ready to kill Black and brown people. They do not keep us safe. And all of those who are concerned, we must continue to stand up. We must continue to speak out. We must do whatever it takes to make changes in the name of justice. We have to continue the fight. Chief Moore must go. Changes must occur. Share the hashtag LAPD kills. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Michael Williams, followed by Angel. Okay, Angel has an outdated version of Zoom, so we're unable to have him speak. Angel, followed by Alex H.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I read the crime statistics and it looks like homicide is up 100%. And I don't remember anybody addressing that. I mean, we're living in times that are crazy. People are being assaulted. You know, the Burlington coat factory, it was a tragic situation where the criminal should be the one on trial here. He is the one that went in there with a bike lock, which is a deadly weapon because you could actually kill somebody with it, you know, was attacking that poor woman. And yeah, we think of her as like, that could be our sister, that could be our mother. And, you know, the police came there just in the nick of time, thank God, because he could have killed her. And, you know, the officers don't have x-ray vision. And, you know, I do send my condolences to Valentina's family. All of us who have children can't even imagine how horrible that would be to bury your own child. I want to also say thank you to Foothill Division, to the 4 officers who heroically saved that man's life, who was trapped in his plane and the train was coming. I mean, literally like 5 or 6 seconds to spare, like something out of a movie. So thank you to the 4 officers, Boiti, Shurrock, Castro, and Sergeant Kavistani. And they all should receive medals of valor. We thank all of them for that. And we need police. We support police. We want more resources and more help. And regarding the officers that are calling in sick, I know that you're understaffed right now and you're desperate. And it's actually some of the police officers who are showing up because they're not sick are unvaccinated, and they are showing up in the hour of need. And I want you to remember them, that they showed up, and do not send them to the chopping block. They should keep their jobs. I do think you should look into Bluestone, and you should not invoice officers, whatever, $400 or $500 a month to be tested. for COVID, I mean, all of the officers should be tested, vaccinated or unvaccinated, because we know that the vaccinated are still getting COVID and still spreading it. It's unethical to charge the officers. You should provide that for free. And whatever this Bluestone is, there is a conflict of interest. This Padram, whatever his name is, Commissioner of Police and Fire Pension Commission, there is a conflict of interest there. You need to look into that. And I would also address you that you do need to follow the rules, and you cannot have a Brown Act violation by cutting off callers, either on the pro-police side or the anti-police side. You cannot cut them off. That was her general comment. You cut her off. And if she wants to talk about COVID vaccine, that is within your purview, because you were threatening to fire these officers. Defend LAPD, not defund, and recall George Gascon, who is evil. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Alex H, followed by Bill.
Hi, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Regarding the fatal shooting of 14-year-old Valentina Peralta just before Christmas, over 4 years ago, I was in a packed commission meeting where 99% of public comment was in opposition to the hundreds of millions of dollars you approved in spending for drones. Your narrative on spending related to military-grade surveillance technology has consistently been that militarizing LAPD increases public safety. Anyone who attends these meetings regularly can see how false that is, and there is no clearer example of this than the death of Valentina Peralta. Your continued militarization of LAPD only serves to increase your surveillance of the public. It does not address or amend your harmful presence in our communities. It does not make us safer, and it did not serve Valentina or her mother on December 23rd. Oh, how I wish you showed the same deference and humility you're offering today with all senseless deaths at the hands of law enforcement in our city. LAPD's murder of Grishario Mack in a family mall, their murder of unarmed Albert Ramon Dorsey while he was in the shower at a gym in Hollywood, their murder of teenager Jesse Romero. For those in the public listening today who are new to police commission meetings, please continue to show up. The tone of today's commission meeting is markedly different from others, and I believe that your presence here contributes to that. A few years ago, I learned that LAPD is the most murderous police force in the country. I looked up recent statistics to see if that had changed, and it has not. We are the top of the list, and it will not change until more of us in the community educate ourselves on the problems we face and the gross misspending on law enforcement as the answer to all of our problems. What sticks out most to me in the chief's report is how many of the crime stats mentioned are related to poverty. If the greatest increase of homicides is on our houseless neighbors, then more police is not the answer, more housing is the answer. And this is part of what is meant when we talk about reimagining public safety. Commissioner Soborov said today, when people don't come forward, they are complicit with future crimes. Do you see that the same is true of this commission? When you rubber stamp the harmful actions of this department, you continue your complicity and continue and contribute to the deep mistrust too many of us have in you. As a mother, I want to close with a quote from Valentina's mother, Soledad. As I lay screaming for help, the police did not come to help me or my daughter, but I kept screaming. When the police finally came, they took me out of the dressing room and left my daughter laying there. I wanted them to help her, but they just left her laying there alone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bill, followed by Karina K.
Thank you. All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Again, the unfortunate incident at the Burlington factory is just hard to grasp and understand. And I think we need to let time play out and let the facts be found and not just deal with the emotional side of it. I did want to talk about your Bluestone testing situation and point out some flaws in it that people may not realize. I recently met with an LAPD officer, and nervous meeting people in public these days because of the virus situation, particularly as you get older. but I wasn't too worried because he was getting tested twice a week. Well, as he found out, he had been tested on Monday, tested on Wednesday. I met with him on Thursday. He didn't get his results for both his Monday and Wednesday tests until the following Saturday, and it turned out he was positive. So I then had to put myself and my family in isolation for a week, and thank God we didn't turn out to have it. But a test where you get tested on a Monday, go through total interactions with your public and other officers, thinking you're okay because you've been tested, and then you get the results on Saturday, is a useless test. It's really impacting officer morale. It's costing them money out of their personal pockets to do tests that do not do what they're supposed to do. A test like that does not do one thing, one iota, to keep anybody safe. Comments made on today's call, on lots of calls about officers shooting people with knives. Public may not be aware of just how deadly a knife can be, and that a bulletproof vest, which is not quite bulletproof, although the name implies it, offers even less resistance to a knife. So whether it's a 6-inch knife, a 12-inch knife, a 10-inch knife, is really kind of immaterial. Those knives can go through an officer's vest. When they're that close, you may not have any other options other than to use lethal force, something I'm sure they'd prefer not to do. Another thing keeps coming up is we don't need any police because we just put the money into housing. Every problem of society and the ills of the world will solve itself. They tried that up in Seattle with their Chaz experiment, their autonomous zone with no police. Police wouldn't go in, wouldn't help. And how did that end up? How many people were getting murdered by the people living within the zone? How many crimes went up within the zone? So right there, you get a socioeconomic experiment. No police in an area. Do things get better? Do they get worse? They got markedly worse. I think people need to stop looking at what they want to see and see what the data actually does support. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karina K, followed by Baba Akili.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
The chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
I'm calling in because it is imperative that we talk about the issue of police murder. 18 people were killed by the LAPD in 2021. And there is nothing that you can say, no way to deflect, no way to defer to anything else to justify the fact that people are being killed by LAPD. Chief Moore, in your police report, you said multiple times, imminent threat, imminent danger. Who are these imminent threats? These imminent dangers? These are Black, brown, and poor people who the LAPD considers to be imminent threat. Further, in your report, you said that use of deadly force is a last resort. So if you are training a police force to see Black and brown and poor people as imminent threats, then use of deadly force is not your last option, it's your first, is it not? So the police department goes out thinking that all people are not people to protect and serve, but are people to kill. That group that went into the Burlington Coat Factory went in talking about diamond formation, not de-escalation. You also said in your report that, what was it? Oh, we need to allow less than lethal force to work. We need to allow less than lethal force to work because you don't currently, do you? You don't. Chief Moore, you need to step down, sir, because you just showed exactly how you trained this police department. And it is unacceptable to the people of Los Angeles to be getting murdered under your leadership. And as far as this council goes, to say that when is it not just a tragedy that people are getting killed? When is it wrong? When is it wrong? When is policy wrong? Accountability is not what you are doing right now. Accountability is saying when something is wrong. So shame on all of you as well. You are responsible for the murders just as much as Moore and the police department. Shame on you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Baba Akili, followed by Al Hernandez.
Yes, I want to speak on the chief report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
LAPD has killed 18 people in 2021 and 5 killings in the last 2 weeks of the year. Since the last time the police commission have met, the police department have killed over 5 people. This is part of a pattern and practice that the LAPD has in developing warrior cops, go in blazing, like they did at the Crenshaw Mall when they killed Rashario Mack. That's why no one trusts the LAPD. We call for justice and accountability. There has been neither coming from this commission over the past years that we have been engaging, challenging, and confronting you all. And so without that accountability and without that justice, the message will continue to be sent. There can be some changes. You can start with firing Chief Moore. And I know that adding this additional 15 minutes, if you can add additional 15 minutes now, you can open up this process to allow the public to express its outrage at the murder at the Burlington store. But you choose not to. So we are calling on you. First, we're calling for full accountability and transparency, and not a 2 years of investigations so that we will forget about it and wonder whatever happened to the officers. We are calling for an immediate investigation, and it needs to be independent. I'm glad to see that the state's attorney general is looking into this. But we can start with firing Chief Moore, defunding the police, because you don't make us safe, and you can see what happened in the last 2 weeks of this year. Fire Chief Moore, defund the police. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Al Hernandez, followed by Adam of the Smiths. Al Hernandez, you're on.
Is Mr. Hernandez there? Madam Secretary, let's go to the next speaker, please.
Okay. We have Adam of the Smiths.
Hello?
Hello, what items would you like to speak on?
Should I go ahead and do all of them today?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, a couple of things. I just want to lift up something that was brought up yesterday, that we noticed that Mr. Briggs used the LAPD commission account to post some bullshit letter to the editor to the LA Times that they rejected from Chief Moore last month because it was bullshit. And he used the LAPD commission account to post that, but we never see the LAPD commission account post anything about any of the murders done by the LAPD. You're all very, very silent during the last 2 weeks of the year when you canceled meetings and the LAPD canceled lives of 5 people, including a child. Commissioner Soboroff, it's pretty interesting hearing you mumble through the idea of complicity in future crimes, saying that people that don't report things about shootings or don't act in times of shootings are responsible for future crimes. Steve, you literally were the one vote against Tony McBride being found out of policy. You were literally the one vote against Ryan Lee and Martin Robles being found out of policy in the murder of Rashario Mack. So you can fucking pontificate about complicity. Dude, you've been on this fucking board for 9 goddamn years. Complicit in all of this shit. Complicit in all of this violence, in all of the murders. Steve, this is on you as much as it's on anybody. You need, fuck off. Yeah, Pokemon, go fuck yourself. Peace.
Madam Secretary, let's go to the next caller, please, and that will be the last caller.
Okay, next we have Ted Trubinsky.
Yep, 1 and 2.
Okay, 2 minutes.
To be clear, the public does not want more training for de-escalation. Commissioner Briggs, you added 15 minutes to today's meeting, which means 5 additional Angelenos got to be heard. It is so grim that that is the same number of people LAPD shot and killed since the last meeting 4 weeks ago. How many other Angelenos were on queue that don't get to speak today? Here we are once again talking about an officer recently murdering a civilian while shooting before de-escalation over the use of not even an edged weapon this time, but a bike lock. Again, the communication chain escalated what Jones entered into, even though other officers were verbalizing to slow down. His worst case training kicked in. The public is so disturbed by the actions, not just of these shootings, which have left 5 Angelenos dead in the last 2 weeks of 2021, but the lack of leadership and oversight from this commission. In terms of COVID, it's unbelievable what's still going on. I know we'd love more transparency about what has happened to officers who have not been vaccinated by the December 18th or the December extended deadline. Your condolences in general are so hollow. If you're so investigated, you're so committed to investigating these shootings, but it is clear that you're not committed to making a change in the systems that have led to them. I would love not just to investigate these shootings, but what have the situations that the officer involved shootings in 2021, what led to these situations, and how could public funds be used to deter these situations before they escalate? This commission is rubber stamping the military installation of LAPD. Resign, Chief Moore. This is an embarrassment.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That now ends the public comment period of this meeting. We will now turn to item 3 on the agenda. I move that the board find that the COVID-19 state of emergency remains active, and state or local officials have imposed or recommended measures to promote social distancing, that the highly contagious Omicron variant has resulted in high levels of community transmission, that on January 7th, 2022, the City Council found that the state of emergency directly impacts the ability of all City Brown Act bodies to meet safely in person, that in accordance with AB 361, that this Brown Act body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and that the state of emergency continues to present imminent risk to the health and safety of attendees and continues to directly impact the ability of the board members to meet safely in person. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. We'll now move to item 4 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any items on the consent agenda that a commissioner wishes to discuss? Seeing none, I move that we adopt items 4A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. We'll now turn to item 5 on the regular agenda items. Item 5A, the department's verbal presentation and discussion. I believe we have Chief Choi and Chief Remkunis with us today. Good morning, Chief Choi.
Good morning, President Briggs. I wasn't sure if I heard you, but I think we're bringing up Deputy Chief Remkunis and also Deputy Chief Reyna.
Okay. Good morning, Chief Remkunis. Good morning, Chief Reyna.
Morning, sir.
Chief Choi, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Inspector General, and Mr. T. Fink, and City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this investigation and our training as it relates to parts of this investigation. But there's been a lot of discussion on our investigative protocols, the video release, and also our training as it relates to active shooters, when we deploy the police rifle, our considerations of backgrounds. This is all of what we're going to talk about today. without getting too in detail of obviously the facts of the investigation. So I just want to start by kind of framing some statistical information that we've utilized over the years as far as active shooters, and kind of set for information and education as opposed to cluttering this presentation with data. But I think it's important that active shooters are a real threat in this nation. And as you'll see, as the data shows, it's a real threat in the state of California. And we as public safety need to be trained and prepared to address such threats as they occur. So just some information coming from a 20-year study conducted by the U.S. Department of Justice, FBI. They have a report called 20-Year Review of Active Shooter Incidents, and it was published in May of 2021. So over those 20 years, from 2000 to 2019, there were a total of 333 active shooter incidents in the nation. 135 of those incidents met the mass killing definition, which is 3 or more killings in a single incident. There was a total of 2,851 casualties. That's excluding the suspects in those 333 incidents. There were 345 shooters, and 16 of those suspects or shooters wore body armor. The most recent numbers per year. So in 2014, 15, and 16, there are 20 separate incidents of active shooters. In 2017, there were 31. In 2018, there were 30. In 2019, there were 30. And then the premises, the locations at which these incidents occurred, almost a third, 96 of them occurred at open businesses open to pedestrian traffic. This is followed by 50 incidents that occurred in open spaces, which is parks and other open spaces. And then 44 occurred at K to 12th grade. And then I think this is a very informative and interesting. So the number of active shooter incidents by state. So the number one in those 20 years, we had 42 incidents in the state of California. That by far exceeds any other state. The second, we had Florida with 27 incidents, and then Texas with 25 incidents. The other incidents, it spreads out significantly less throughout the nation. But that's really a snapshot of what we've experienced in the past 20 years and what we need to prepare for as public safety, as a law enforcement agency. So just framing that at the beginning of the conversation, I'd like to ask Chief Kunis to go over investigative protocols and the critical incident video release and how we're working in coordination with the Attorney General's office. And then we'll follow it with Chief Reyna discussing our training and the patrol rifle deployment and background and bystander policies and procedures. And then we can open it up to questions if you like. So Chief Kunis.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Chief Moore, police commissioners. I'd like to start off by just stating that a reminder of what Assembly Bill 1506 is. On September 30th, 2020, Assembly Bill 1506 was signed into law, which requires the California Department of Justice to investigate incidents of an officer-involved shooting resulting in the death of an unarmed civilian. This mandate became effective. Justice, while working collaboratively with the local law enforcement agency, will be responsible for officer-involved shootings. The incident that occurred on December 23rd falls under AB 1506. Independently, you have the Office of the Inspector General that is conducting their investigation, independent of the Los Angeles Police Department, which is conducting their administrative investigation. So the incident that occurred on the 23rd of December, the criminal investigation is being run and handled by the Attorney General office. I'd like to give an update of significant things that have occurred and a case update, and I'll move through that just for awareness with anticipated dates that the Police Commission can expect when various aspects of this investigation will be moved. I'll start out on December 23rd. The day of the incident, the Force Investigation Division responded to the scene with a team of approximately 16 investigators and support personnel, additional civilian personnel, including photographers and a team of experienced criminalists, also responded to assist in the processing of the scene, collection of evidence, and documentation. The investigative process that took place on the day of the incident was overseen by several members of the Office of the Inspector General, as well as a sizable contingent of approximately a dozen special agents from the California Department of Justice. Both agencies were given unrestricted access to all areas of the crime scene, witnesses, and video evidence. Immediately after, on the next day, December 24th, the Los Angeles County Coroner expedited the postmortem examination of both decedents. In addition to FID personnel, representatives from the Department of Justice were present to observe the autopsy. The autopsy reports have not yet been completed, and it is anticipated that the coroner's office will take several months to complete and publish their findings. On December 27th, the department released its critical incident video to the public, which included audio of 911 calls and radio transmissions, as well as all relevant portions of body-worn video and store surveillance footage. On December 30th, Force Investigation Division provided the Chief of Police and other staff level personnel and representatives from the Office of the Inspector General a comprehensive briefing on the facts known at the time. This presentation included video of the incident, 911 recordings, communications audio, and a summary of the interview from the involved officer. Moving toward the forward timeline, 30 days post-incident, so approximately at the end of January, Force Investigation Division will provide a briefing regarding the status of the investigation to myself and the Inspector General. This briefing will include a PowerPoint presentation with video and audio, as well as a summary of key witness statements and an accounting of all the relevant evidence gathered so far. All questions and concerns raised by the Office of the Inspector General will be addressed during this meeting. 60 days post-incident, so approximately at the end of February, all relevant body-worn video from the significantly involved department personnel will be reviewed in detail again to determine if there were any deviations in department policy and procedure unrelated to force and tactics. Any deviations found will be brought to the attention of the concerned Bureau commanding officer. 240 days post-incident, so approximately mid-August, towards the end of August of this year of 2022, the administrative investigation will be reviewed at multiple levels within Force Investigation, and the completed report will be distributed to Critical Incident Review Division by day 240. This is in preparation for the department's Use of Force Review Board. The Office of the Inspector General will also receive the completed report and will continue to have access to all investigative materials compiled during the investigation. Approximately 30 to 45 days after the report distribution, so again, September 18th to first week of October, a Use of Force Review Board will be convened. The recommendations of the board as to tactics, drawing and exhibiting, and the use of deadly force will be submitted to the Chief of Police for consideration. The Chief of Police will gather all of the information at that time and construct his report for submission to the office or to the Board of Police Commissioners. This will occur approximately 60 days prior to the administrative statute limitations, which is the 1-year mark from the incident. At the same time, the Office of the Inspector General will complete their independent report and submit a report to the Board of Police Commissioners for review and evaluations. I do want to note, as Chief Moore mentioned in his opening remarks, the District Attorney's Office did respond to the scene, but due to the fact that this incident was declared AB 1506 incident, and the Attorney General is handling, the DA's office cleared the scene. They no longer have any involvement in this case. At the conclusion of the entire investigation, FID will submit a report to the Department of Justice that is similar to what the department would have customarily submitted to the Justice System Integrity Division in the DA's office. So I wanted to give just that updated timeline of events that occurred and what will be taking place. Again, everything is subject to change a little bit, but that's our investigative timeline, working along with the Attorney General with all of their requests and asks during the course of this investigation. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Reyna to go over the training piece of this.
Thank you, Chief Kunis. Chief Reyna.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. T. Fink. Just a little background on our patrol rifle cadre. I know in the agenda item it listed as urban police rifle, but in 2009 there was an order that came out that changed the title of that to patrol rifle cadre. The patrol rifle cadre program was initiated in response to the 1997 North Hollywood Bank of America robbery and shootout. As you probably all recall, in that situation, the suspects were armed with high-powered weaponry, taking over that bank and coming out onto the streets in that gun battle with LAPD, and the officers were in a sense in a precarious position because the fact that they didn't possess the firearms that they needed in that situation. So that's where that program had started. Currently in the patrol rifle cadre, there are over 1,000 members. Training division provides 6 to 8 rifle schools per year. The school is a 4-day training, full training for that. And once you're a member of that cadre, they're required to qualify a minimum of twice a year, but some actually qualify more than that. In regards to our overall deployment of the firearm and the rifle, the department's policy for protecting victims and bystanders from an active shooter is no different than that of protecting the public from any person who poses a threat or serious bodily injury or death. The protocol is the same. Again, the initial priority is to stop the deadly behavior and then render aid to all who need it. The primary guiding principle of reverence for human life, which is taught in all classes pertaining to use of force, is always infused in an officer's decision to use force to stop a suspect's violent actions. When practicable, tactical de-escalation techniques should be used by all officers when responding to calls for service. In addition, when feasible, a peace officer shall, prior to the use of any force, make reasonable efforts to identify themselves as a peace officer and to warn that force may be used, unless the officer has objectively reasonable grounds to believe that the person is aware of those facts. In November of 2021, there was a training bulletin on background awareness that was published, and all personnel within the department received that. The highlights of that background awareness training bulletin is the risk that poses when officers discharging a firearm, the risk to bystanders when discharging that firearm, be cognizant of the ammunition that is used in certain situations, and be accountable for all your rounds, and be aware that all rounds can pose a threat to innocent bystanders or victims in certain situations. For us, when addressing background issues and situations where lethal force may be used, our training focuses on a basic firearm safety rule number 4, which is be sure of your target. Although an officer has a right to defend themselves and others from the threat of serious bodily injury or death, they must also be cognizant of their background, the potential for bystanders to be struck by gunfire, and the capabilities of the weapon system they are using. Officers qualify with their firearms multiple times throughout the year. This is done so that the officer remains proficient with the weapon system they're using. And during qualification, and particularly the rifle qualification, officers discuss background concerns and target identification. In patrol rifle training, an officer receives extensive training to assess the threat through their sight optics and are trained in shoot and don't shoot scenarios. In addition, the rifle is a precision weapon that is more accurate, particularly at greater distances when compared to a handgun, which is one of the reasons why it is utilized during an active shooter situation. When training for close quarter movement or short range encounters, officers who carry the patrol rifle are trained to assess their background and determine if the rifle is an appropriate weapon under circumstances. To practice this assessment, the patrol rifle cadre utilizes a transition drill during qualification where an officer stands approximately 10 yards from a target and transitions from the patrol rifle to their handgun, simulating that assessment that the patrol rifle is not appropriate for that situation. Additional training involves movement through a shoot house to simulate smaller areas an officer may encounter, as well as discussion regarding round penetration within venues such as malls and stores. It should be noted that the patrol rifle is a weapon system with a significantly longer barrel than a handgun. The length of the barrel contributes greatly to the accuracy of the weapon. Although an incident may not provide for the most open area for the deployment of the rifle, due to numerous past incidents in which active shooter suspects were armed with high-powered rifles, the rifle cadre practices for these situations. This allows the officer the capability to use a superior weapon system as compared to a handgun to stop that deadly threat when faced against suspects who have that superior weapon system themselves. During patrol rifle qualification in the schools and training days, instructors discuss with cadre members the need to assess whether the rifle is the most appropriate weapon to deploy. In addition, as with all use of force training, there's discussion regarding the need to utilize less lethal options during an incident when feasible and reasonable to stop the aggressive actions of a suspect. However, officers also discuss that using a less lethal munition against a suspect who is in a position to cause imminent death or great bodily harm may not have the desired effect and places the member of the public in harm's way from the suspect's continued actions. Regarding our active shooter situations, normally an active shooter incident will generate more than one radio call, which would then provide different information to responding officers as to what is occurring and what weapons the suspect may be armed with. Upon arrival, officers are trained to not only gather as much information as possible from witnesses, but listen to determine if gunshots are being heard. They're also trained to assess injuries to victims who may be fleeing the location, to determine if they are consistent with what is being reported, and be observant for physical evidence that can indicate the type of weapon being used. Information that an officer receives must be vetted if possible for accuracy. In addition, officers are trained to slow their movement if there's no indication that an active shooter situation is occurring. Again, when an active shooter situation or call for service involving a crime of violence, officers are trained to stop the deadly threat, then to render aid. In active shooter situation, officers move together in a contact configuration in pursuit of the suspect, and they identify the location of victims. And if they identify location of victims or the location of additional suspects, they are trained to advise the contact teams and other contact teams and rescue teams that are also arriving at the location. Rescue teams may address the situation simultaneously, so there's no delay in rendering aid to those who have been injured, while the contact team continues to search for the suspect. This allows the ability to provide force protection to paramedic fire personnel if needed and contain areas that have already been searched. Again, the patrol rifle training is involved and extensive, and each time a member qualifies, there is discussion regarding background, appropriate deployment, ongoing assessment of the threat, reverence for life, and the use of the firearm as a last resort. Just a brief summary of some of the training that's provided for the patrol rifle cadre and the history of that and behind there and how many members are in there. So obviously, if the board has questions, we're happy to answer those questions for you now.
Thank you, Chief Reyna. I do have some questions. With respect to active shooter training, how many hours do officers who participate in that training undergo?
Okay, so we have a new, it's not called active shooter training, it's a response to mass violence training. It's a new training curriculum that was just approved, post-approved. It's a 10-hour training day, a full day of training, and that started again approximately 8 to 10 weeks ago for all department members.
And how many of the officers who are in the rifle cadre participate in that training?
They all will eventually. All members of the department will attend the training. Whether you're a member of the rifle cadre or not, they'll go through that training.
Mark, can you, Chief Reyna, can you update the commission as to prior to that mass violence training, what was the standard in-service training that predated this establishment of this new class?
The standard was an active shooter training. It was an 8-hour training that we hadn't done for quite some time. I believe it was probably 2 or 3, if not longer, years since that training had been, department personnel had been put through that training. Dr. Pinnell and her staff worked with our training division, tactics and firearms, to put a new curriculum together to address new concerns and new issues that we saw during mass violence or active shooter situations across the country and around the world. The new curriculum was approved, and that new training just started.
With respect to the prior training, did that require that officers who were responding to a scene of an active shooter wait for a SWAT personnel, or were the officers trained to go in and immediately respond to attempt to stop the threat?
So that's the, it's a good question, sir. So in active shooter situations, again, those calls are coming out regarding someone with a gun, someone shooting people, multiple suspects shooting people, let's say, for example, at a high school or a situation like that. Officers are trained to, once they establish that diamond formation, that 4-officer configuration, that's the training to go in and search for that suspect and stop that deadly threat. Waiting for SWAT team arrival in that situation is going to cost lives and put people's lives in jeopardy. As we all know, the SWAT team, it takes a little time for them to be activated and to respond and to gear up and get in that situation. They will be notified, obviously, and be responding, but it does take some time. As a former SWAT member, it could take up to 30 minutes for them to get to that scene. And we all know what could happen in that time if someone has a gun and they're continually firing. So it's incumbent upon those officers who first arrive to gather as much information as possible, to form up and to try to search for that suspect and stop that deadly threat.
Thank you, Chief Reyna. I'm going to open it up now to other commissioners' comments and questions. I do want to caution all commissioners, though. Chief Rem Kunis laid out the process for an OIS that is currently under investigation and that will be before the board. So I would ask all the commissioners to refrain from asking anything specific with respect to that particular matter that occurred on December 23rd. Thank you. With that, I'd like to open it up for any questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, really. This is probably to Chief Rimkunis about the process. One, and earlier in the chief's report, he was commenting on the releasing as much information as possible and so on. And question is, you have some information that's been released, to date. You described the process and some timetables and things that'll be occurring or completing in February and August and so on. What should we expect? Or should the public expect an ongoing release of additional information at different points in the process, or has the information that can be released already been released?
Yes, Commissioner. So what we're doing is we're 20 days into the incident and working with the Attorney General's office. We have submitted a request. They are the overseers of this investigation, and when any information is requested, there's two ways. It comes through us, which we're working with them, and we can make that request through them. They have their communications and their chief that is overseeing this investigation, and they are requiring that all requests be run through their communications department. So as requests come in through city council, public, etc., since they are it's their investigation and we're conducting an administrative investigation, we need to get approval through them. Now they're inclined to work with us and they want to do everything they can in regards to transparency and working with us to get more information out as it becomes available. But we'd have to work through them and work with their chief to see what they would deem appropriate to be released, as long as it didn't jeopardize the investigation. So the short answer is we have requests, and I believe we'll be sending a letter out to the Attorney General asking just for that. So that's in the process at this point.
And you mentioned that the department's review, both the Inspector General and the FID, I suppose, and the others, that's an administrative investigation, and that the Attorney General's review is a criminal investigation. Are there, from a process and procedural standpoint, are there any differences, either in terms of any material differences in terms of whether it's the standard? We talked just a moment ago about potentially the differences in the approach to releasing information, but is there any other differences that we should understand in terms of what the AG's review might cover versus what the department's covering?
At this point, our job is to gather as much information as we can, taking accounts of all evidence, witness statements, video, and providing that to the Attorney General. I can't speak for the Attorney General on how they will look at and evaluate the information that they receive, but we are committed to obtaining all information from every source of information possible and presenting that to them. We will complete reports that will lay all of that out, that will describe all of the information as we would with any officer involved shooting, but I can't speak on how they will interpret that and evaluate that, at least from their position, as they're looking at it from the criminal aspect of things.
So let me just make sure I understand it. Is everybody asking the same questions and developing the same body of information, and they may simply draw different conclusions and evaluate it differently? Or what I'm searching for is there any risk that that there is a gap or a difference between the information in the record that may be developed under one review versus the other?
Chief, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, and then I can.
So, Commissioner, there are differences in a criminal investigation relative to the taking a compelled statement from officers. Our administrative investigation allows us to order officers to provide a compelled statement, and they're subject to discipline and removal if they refuse to do so. The Attorney General's investigation, being a criminal investigation, they will seek, I believe they'll seek statements from officers. Whether those officers provide those statements or not, it voluntarily is within the purview of the officers. So there is an opportunity here for our investigation to contain information that's more expansive than the administrative investigation than the criminal investigation. That is not unique to the California Attorney General and their process. The same applies for the district attorney, as they typically, the prosecutorial agency involving these events.
And I appreciate that example. And if there are others that as we continue to just think about the process involved, invite you to bring those to our attention as they may come to mind. But also, if you speak again, just going back to the issue of information, would you assume or understand that there's any similar differences either on, again, say that both investigations have same amount of information? Is there anything that you're aware of as we sit here now that suggests that Chief Rimkunas indicated that the request for information would be kind of run by the Attorney General's office? But are you able, based on past experience or just general knowledge of the difference between the two types of investigation, that one would be any more transparent than the other during the course of the investigation?
Well, the Attorney General or the California or the District Attorney would both have full access, unencumbered access to the crime scene, to the forensic investigative items that are recovered in the course of our two investigations. But again, the existence of compelled statements in an administrative investigation, I could see would or could form a difference as about the contents. One of the benefits of this process is that the Office of the Inspector General has access to oversee the conduct of our force investigation, our administrative investigation, and will also, in their conversations with the Attorney General, be prepared and probably best situated to inform the Commission as to specific gaps or differences that may exist between our two respective investigations, that being the Attorney General and that being the departments. Again, our investigation is not hindered by any impediment in that area, whereas I could see as a matter of practice that the criminal investigation may have some opportunity for that. Not to say that there are those hindrances at this point, but just a potentiality in full disclosure.
Got it. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. And I want to thank Chief Rimkunas, Chief Choi, Chief Reyna, and of course, the Chief for all that, those reports and that information. I do want to ask the Inspector General, though, sir, if you don't mind. I know other members of the panel have been describing your role and the role of your office in this process. I just want to ask you if you wanted to add anything to what has already been stated, or if you want to add a little more perspective of the role that you're taking.
Certainly, and thank you, Commissioner Decker, for that. So just to reiterate a little bit, our office's responsibility in this case, as in with all categorical uses of force, is to very closely and intensively monitor the department's internal administrative investigation of the incident. That process for us began shortly after the incident occurred, as we responded to the scene along with the department's own investigators. and had full unencumbered access to all the evidence from that moment on. We will continue our intensive monitoring of their investigation through to its completion to the time when, as described by Chief Kunis, we will forward a report to the Police Commission on whether or not we concur with the recommended findings from the department. In addition, there was one question from Commissioner Bonner that I wanted to just make a quick addition to. I'm not positive this is exactly what you are getting at, Commissioner, but one difference, just for an example's sake, to note between the criminal investigation and the administrative investigations that are both being carried out is that the criminal investigation may or may not have as deep a focus on specific internal LAPD policies that were adhered to or violated by the substantially involved parties. Some of those may indeed overlap with violations of law that are looked at by the Attorney General's office, but others may not, because they don't rise to the level of law. Rather, they rise to the level of department policy. The administrative investigation will be looking not only for any violations of law, if those were to occur, but more specifically as well, any violations of training on tactics or other policy from the department. Our office, again, has unencumbered access to the entire investigation. We'll be watching over the entire process. I hope that adds a little bit of context from our point of view.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate hearing directly from you on behalf of your office. I do want to ask, I believe this question would go to you, Chief Reyna, and it's related to what you described, I guess, as background, a change in that policy, and the policy may be the wrong word, the training procedures on background. And I wonder if you can just give that a little more context and explanation when it went into effect, what the changes were, and the training that has gone around that.
So I referenced training bulletin that was published in November of 2021, background awareness. So prior to that, there's always discussion, like I said, in the firearm safety rule, be sure of your target, discussion in training regarding background, the discussion regarding your right to defend yourself against that imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury, at the same time being cognizant of your background. There's always discussion. So the department had come together because it started becoming more to the forefront in recent years regarding background, and put this our training cadre along with what we call our tactical training review committee, consisting of experts, members of the Inspector General, subject matter experts, city attorney, together drafted this background awareness to put that in writing, exactly what we're referring to when it comes to background and what officers need to be cognizant of, what they're going to be held accountable to when it comes to background. And so they're aware, and it's in writing. They have that document. And once that was published, this document went to all personnel, received it. It goes through our internal systems, our learning management system. It gets published on our internal website so everyone can see that. And all officers have to acknowledge that, and they're held accountable for what's in that background awareness notice. And again, I just highlighted some of those things. For example, before discharging a firearm, officers shall, when feasible, consider the surroundings, background, and potential risk to bystanders to the extent reasonable under the circumstances. Certain things like that, and regarding ammunition and weapon capabilities, and be cognizant of that. So it's a source document now. It's in a sense official, where officers, especially during our shooting boards and categorical use of forces involving firearms, that is the discussion that is assessed during that response, the use of that weapon for the officer, and was the officer aware of the backgrounds, and did they take measures to reduce the risk to anyone that could be a potential victim because of that background situation.
Thank you for that further explanation, Chief Reyna. I appreciate it. I think I have a series of brief questions for the chief. I'm not referring to any particular instance, but the totality of the incident of the officer involved shootings, use of force cases from 2021, which of course you highlighted in your chief's report more generally, but I think it's pertinent for this conversation, because you did talk about reviewing all the incidents, evaluating the policies, and determining whether or not changes have to be made. So I'm just trying to confirm whether certain areas will be on your agenda for review. And so, Chief, my questions are, will you be reviewing whether all the training that is conducted is consistent with with the policies that have been issued? That's more general than some of the more specific ones I have coming.
Yes.
And will that include an evaluation of whether, with respect to the use of force policy, whether stronger words or maybe different language should be used to ensure that the use of deadly force is used as a last resort?
Yes, yes. And that was one of the points of inquiry regarding the most recent mass violence training, was the calibration, if you will, or the constant expectation on the personnel that to de-escalate matters whenever possible, and to stress that de-escalation as is important as it is identifying the threat and stopping that continuation of that threat through the contact with the officers.
And with respect to that response to mass violence training, maybe previously called active shooter training, will you be reviewing that, even now that it's been approved by post and it's been started, but will you be reviewing that to evaluate how the training is taking into account crowded, densely populated situations like shopping malls and not just shopping malls, but there are many areas in Los Angeles densely populated. Will you be looking at that to ensure the correct training is being applied to protect the public as well?
Yes.
Okay. And will you also be reevaluating the background training in order to ensure that the training is, again, really emphasizing all the aspects that Chief Reyna highlighted that's in the training bulletin?
Yes, the desire is that it's what is written down is how is it being applied in class, and scenario-based training that brings to life, if you will, the types of considerations that Chief Reyna remarked on, and the expectations of the organization in retrospect of or in respective to which weapon system to use and the restraint and alternatives to seek in regards to the criticality of background.
And given your earlier report about the rise in use of non-firearms as weapons, that can be very, very dangerous. Will you be evaluating all of those situations to ensure that the department is training according to the current threats that the officers are facing, as well as ensuring we are providing officers with the correct tools?
Yes, as I made in passing reference, the description of accurately interpreting imminent peril or an imminent threat, a serious bodily injury or death, the use of de-escalation techniques such as redeployment, creating space and cover, the reliance upon less lethal to give it time and the impact of that less lethal on the individual that overcomes that threat without having to resort to the last resort, that being deadly force. And also the reliance on those that are not directly threatened by an individual with an edged weapon or a non-firearm, that their reliance on other people on the team before they initiate deadly force, not in defense of themselves, but in defense of someone else. These are concepts that exist today, but they are auditing and certainly in ensuring that the scenario-based training clearly addresses these aspects. And so the student walks away, whether it be supervisor, field training officer, gang officer, or regular beat officer, they all understand these points of emphasis.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that very much. And I would ask the Inspector General in your office to participate in that process and engage to ensure that the department has full information in making these decisions, but also in your role in informing the commission to ensure that we have all the information necessary to determine whether certain policies should be changed.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that, sir. Mr. Smith, thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff, did you have any questions? Thank you. This is picking up on what Commissioner Decker was just questioning, and it's for either you, Chief Reyna, or you, Chief Moore. And that is, what is the amount of in-service training for officers on patrol, specifically scenario-based training. How many hours do the officers who are currently on patrol undergo scenario-based training, in-service scenario-based training?
You know, sir, a difficult question. So we've talked about it before with post mandate over 2 years, 24 hours of perishable skills training that's mandated. That's the use of force, driving, firearms, different things that were mandated to do. Then we have other in-service training, such as our law enforcement tactical training and other things like that that happen that may not necessarily be LAPD mandated training. So it's hard to put a number on that to say that all officers within the department are going to receive a certain amount of scenario-based training, because we do have a wide variety of classes that we do in-service training that go over scenarios, whether it's our mental health intervention training that they go through. So they're going through scenarios regarding dealing with individuals suffering from mental illness, whether it's situations in a shoot house where they're learning to movement and practicing having to deal with civilian population that are in situations where it's a shoot or don't shoot. So they're all different situations that officers are getting trained on. So it's hard to say exactly how many hours each officer each year is getting when it comes to scenario-based training.
So let me ask it this way. Are the officers who are on patrol required to meet a minimum standard of a minimum amount of hours per year of in-service training?
They're required to meet the post standard, but as far as in-service training, additional training that LAPD officers, there's no minimum that they're required to meet. However, we far exceed our post standard for those hours in a 2-year period, whether it be first aid training, MHIT training, additional things that we do throughout those 2-year period. And we average well above that minimum amount that we have to get per post standard.
So I thank you very much, Chief Reyna, and Chief Moore. I look forward to working with you to determine whether or not, as we move forward, whether this is an area that we may want to look at.
So, and I would only add to the discussion by Chief Reyna at this point. As you will recall, the budget proposal for next fiscal year specifically invests heavily in personnel to bolster our in-service training. Of all 3 reports in the after actions of the civil unrest of 2020, it identified that our in-service training processes often rob Peter to pay Paul, that we are harvesting resources, finite resources from the field in order to provide needed training. And needed training is oftentimes defined not by a host of or list of desired training, but what is the absolute most essential training that we can afford to remove officers from the field and provide that training. So this training, whether it be mass violence or be command and control, de-escalation training, mental health intervention, these are all in service, and they're largely, if not entirely, scenario based. And because we know that the adult learning process of going about and modeling the behavior and demonstrating that the understanding of it and the adoption of your processing to demonstrate that is critical to the success of us of individuals retaining what we expect of them. But again, I would just close by saying we look forward to more discussions on use of force training that's scenario based, that deals with de-escalation, that deals with weapons other than firearms. And it is my commitment that as a priority for 2022, weapons other than firearms and investing in scenario based training specific to that establishes the interpretation of imminent peril to an officer or to others, a serious bodily injury or death, of the reliance on less lethal, of communication, of redirecting and redeploying, of not, if you're not directly threatened, allowing others on the scene to use their tools other than the last resort of the use of deadly force. Those are all elements that we're currently, I've currently tasked Chief Reyna as well as Dr. Pinnell to design training for us. Now, this is in addition to the other training that was identified by the after action reports, because it's a different skill set, if you will, or a different aspect of what officers go about. But at the end of all this is a continued demonstration that this organization needs resources so that it can provide for critical presence in the field of a finite group of uniform and investigative resources, and at the same time invest wisely in the resilience of our personnel by ensuring they're properly trained and educated as to what our expectations are about going about at times difficult and complex situations.
Thank you, Chief Moore and Chief Choi, Chief Ramkunis, and Chief Reyna. You know, at this time, I think it would be beneficial to both the department and the community and the city if we request that the Inspector General do a report on the best practices relative to active shooter response in major law enforcement agencies throughout the country. If you could put something like that together for us, Mr. Smith, within, I say, 45 days and report back to the commission, that would be appreciated.
We will do so, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone.
Mr. President.
Yes.
I think it'd be appropriate to format that as to a motion, have direction given to the Inspector General.
So thank you very much. Then it's so moved. Is there a second? Commissioner Decker, thank you. There's a second to the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Decker, what's your vote? We didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was having microphone problems.
Commissioner Soboroff? Aye, thank you. The motion carries.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't get on.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 5B, the Inspector General's report relative to the review of non-categorical use of force and investigation. And I believe we're going to have Chief Burmala join us, as well as Chief Choi and Captain Scott Williams.
Good afternoon to everyone in attendance at today's meeting. Also joining me for the presentation of our report on non-categorical use of force investigations will be Assistant Inspector General Camelia Naguib. And with the assistance of the Secretary, I think we'll also be bringing up Police Special Investigator Sam Colina and Police Performance Auditor 3, Jennifer Gomez. To mention the report briefly, as has been discussed at multiple points during today's meeting already, the Office of Inspector General has a role in reviewing every categorical use of force. However, we also are aware of the importance of monitoring the department's investigation of non-categorical uses of force. By definition, they are lower levels of force than categoricals. However, there are obviously far more of them, ranging above 2,000 generally each year. And we recognize that the impact of these incidents, even some of which are very low levels of force, can be meaningful to the person upon whom force was used, can be meaningful to the community where the force is used, and can have an impact on the officers involved in that force. And so as the OIG has done in the past, and as requested by this commission, we've taken a look at a sampling of non-categorical use of force investigations with an attempt to determine whether or not the investigations are adhering to the protocols for those incidents. Before I turn it over to the team, I'm happy to say that by and large, we find that the majority of those investigations are indeed adhering to investigative protocols. And that does include the internal sort of checks and balances that my staff will describe in a moment, that the department goes through to ensure that investigations are not missing any areas that are required. However, there were some cases where we thought there were deficiencies. We tried to identify these for the department and make recommendations for how to improve upon that in the future. That's obviously just a general statement. I'm going to turn it over to the team to describe our report in a little more detail now, and then we'll all be available to try to answer any questions that the commission may have. With that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Good morning, police commissioners, Chief Moore, Inspector General, my boss, and Mr. T-Fank. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Special Investigator Samuel Colina. I'm with the Office of the Inspector General. And as previously mentioned, we are presenting the OIG's review of non-categorical use of force investigations. I'm going to briefly provide a background on what constitutes a non-categorical use of force and how these incidents are reviewed by the department. Non-categoricals are considered lower level force used by officers, and they include force such as punches or kicks, a takedown of a subject, baton strikes, and the deployment of less lethal weapons, such as a beanbag shotgun or taser that make contact with a subject. Non-categoricals are classified as either a level 1 or level 2 incident. Level 1 incidents receive a higher degree of review by the department's Critical Incident Review Division due to allegations of unauthorized force, significant injuries, or other factors. All other incidents that do not meet these criteria are classified as a level 2 investigation. So as the Inspector General had mentioned earlier, our office looked at a 5-year average from calendar year 2016 to 2020, and non-categoricals account for 97% of all reported force, coming in at an average of 2,137 incidents per year. The remaining 3% consists of categorical uses of force, averaging at 63 incidents per year. So as you know, categorical use of force incidents are considered higher level force and include officer-involved shootings, in-custody deaths, and any use of force that results in the subject being admitted to a hospital. So given the serious nature of categorical incidents, the department has a specialized unit known as Force Investigation Division that investigates these incidents. All categoricals are thoroughly reviewed by the OIG. As IG Mark Smith mentioned earlier, we roll out to the scenes. I'm actually starting my shift of on-call this morning, so we're on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so the department also reviews these investigations thoroughly. Ultimately, all categoricals are reviewed and adjudicated by the Board of Police Commission. Non-categorical incidents are investigated and reviewed differently, just given the sheer volume of cases. So when an officer reports a non-categorical, a supervisor from the officer's assigned area, it's usually a sergeant, is responsible for conducting the investigation. Upon completion of the investigation, it is submitted for a chain of command review composed of the area watch commander and captain, the bureau commanding officer, and finally, Critical Incident Review Division. Each level of review provides recommendations related to an officer's tactics and use of force. However, Critical Incident Review Division has the final authority for adjudicating non-categoricals. Their role in the OIG's oversight of these incidents primarily consists of periodic audits or reviews of a sample of cases. So given that it had been a while since we looked at non-categoricals, the OIG opted to take a deeper dive into the entire process from beginning to end. In addition, other areas that a non-categorical incident touched upon were also examined. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Ms. Gomez, and she will discuss the OIG sampling and methodology.
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, commissioners, and good morning, Chief. Again, my name is Jennifer Gomez, and I'm a police performance auditor with the Inspector General's office. I'm going to go over briefly our review methodology for this project, which will include our population and our sample and our review objectives. Our population timeframe for this sample of non-categorical incidents was the first quarter of 2020. We determined that there were a total of 592 non-categorical incidents that occurred during that time period. So then we then took a random sample from this population, which resulted in a total sample of 81 cases for our review. We looked at 25 level 1 investigations and 56 level 2 investigations. Our office utilized a testing database that consisted of about 55 questions to collect data about each case and to assess compliance with our review objectives. The OIG also examined the information contained in the department's Teams 2 use of force system, as well as all related attachments, such as arrest reports or photographs that related to the incident. We also reviewed all available video and audio recordings of each incident, including body-worn video, digital in-car video, surveillance footage, and/or cell phone recordings that may have been obtained during the department's investigation. The OIG's review contained 3 main review objectives: to provide a qualitative assessment of department-wide adherence to policy. Our first objective was to look at the reporting of the use of force. We looked to determine whether the use of force was timely reported to a supervisor and if the description of the subject's actions during the incident was accurately and completely documented. Next, we did an assessment of the investigation, which included a determination of whether a complaint investigation was initiated, if applicable. And we also looked to determine if the non-categorical use of force investigation complied with department protocols and identified and addressed all significant issues. And lastly, we did an assessment of the chain of command review. This was to determine whether the overall analysis of the incident was adequate and identified concerns related to policy adherence, and also to determine if the evaluations of the tactics and the use of force were adequate. And finally, we looked at the recommended findings by the department to determine if they were appropriate and supported by the evidence. And we also ensured that the final adjudication was consistent with department standards. So now I'm going to turn over to Assistant Inspector General Camelia Naguib, who's going to give a brief overview of the findings.
Good morning. I'd like to briefly go over the OIG's general findings, as well as the way that some of our concerns have already been addressed by the department. I'll also mention some of the systemic areas where we think additional changes to LAPD policies or practices are warranted. In discussing these findings, I want to emphasize that for many of the individual cases and systemic concerns that we identified, the department has already moved to address the relevant issue or to make policy improvements. As such, we expect to see better outcomes in these areas in the future. As mentioned, our review looked at several components of the process for investigating and evaluating non-categorical uses of force. The first area was the reporting of the use of force by officers and in the investigation. We found that in most of the cases that we reviewed, the involved officers were timely in reporting the incident and that they fully described the force that was used. We did find a few instances where this did not occur, and we noted that the department identified and addressed the issue in nearly all of the cases that we identified, including initiating complaints of misconduct where appropriate. We also identified some areas that we thought could be improved. One area reflects a longstanding recommendation by the OIG that each officer who is involved in or witnesses a use of force submit an independent account of the incident, rather than compiling a composite account. We believe that implementing this practice will improve the accuracy and integrity of each investigation. We also recommend that the department continue to ensure that officers understand what constitutes a reportable use of force and that it hold officers and investigating supervisors accountable for inaccuracies where appropriate. Finally, we found that at the time that the incidents occurred, there was a lack of clarity about how a use of force to the neck area should be assessed and categorized. As you know, however, the commission and the department have since clarified this issue by revising LAPD policy regarding the handling of such incidents. As a related issue, we also make a recommendation about the handling of complaints by a person that they cannot breathe, which we believe will be addressed in an upcoming policy revision by the department. The next area we looked at was the quality of the investigation conducted by the first line supervisor, including whether department procedures were followed and substantive issues adequately addressed. Here again, we found that the majority of cases were conducting according to relevant protocols, which included having an uninvolved supervisor respond to the scene, canvass for witnesses, collect evidence, conduct recorded interviews, and document material aspects of the incident and the investigation. We did identify some cases where the protocols were not fully followed, but again, we found the department had already moved to address and, if possible, correct many of these issues. We also noted a few cases where the investigation did not appear to sufficiently document or address a significant aspect of the incident, such as an injury to the subject or an allegation of misconduct. And we noted possible issues with the department's written policy with respect to the recording of interviews on body-worn video. We recommend that the department address any policy gaps to ensure that all interviews of the subject and any non-department witnesses are properly recorded. Next, we look at the incident itself and at the department's evaluation of that incident. Overall, we agreed with the department's use of force finding in 94% of the cases that we reviewed, including in 3 cases where at least one use of force was found by the department to be out of policy. We also identified 4 additional cases that in the OIG's opinion included force that was not in compliance with department policy. In a 5th case, we were unable to make a definitive finding due to apparent deficiencies in the written investigation of the incident. With respect to de-escalation, we found that officers used techniques to lower the temperature of the encounter and gain voluntary compliance in about 83% of the incidents where such efforts were feasible. We also noted 12 cases where, in the OIG's opinion, officers did not appear to sufficiently attempt to de-escalate the situation. In 7 of these cases, this issue had already been identified and addressed by the department. In looking at these cases, we noted a number of instances where a person appeared to be undergoing a mental health crisis and where department practices related to these incidents could be improved. In both of the relevant areas identified by the OIG, the department has already taken steps to ameliorate these practices. First, the department has changed its written policies and training on the handcuffing of people who are perceived to be mentally ill in order to allow officers more discretion to determine when handcuffing is appropriate and to de-escalate the situation. Second, the department has initiated programs that aim to involve mental health clinicians at an earlier point in the incident and hopefully minimize delays in transporting a person to a healthcare facility. These programs include the new SMART Team co-response model, as well as the diversion of certain calls for service to the DD Hirsch Mental Health Services. We believe that these programs could have a significant impact on the outcomes of some of the incidents we reviewed, and recommend that the department take steps to better track incidents that are eligible for these programs, as well as the department's response and outcomes. Another incident issue noted by the OIG was a lack of clarity with respect to the visual recording of strip searches. We recommend that the department develop a policy to specifically prohibit such recordings, barring special circumstances that are consistent with best practice and clearly defined in the policy. Finally, the OIG made a few more recommendations related to the overall reporting and investigation of non-categorical use of force incidents. First, the OIG recommends that the department treat as a reportable use of force some incidents that are currently exempted from that process, including the use of a less lethal munition that does not contact a person and the use of significant force during a crowd control incident. We understand that the department is currently working on a revised policy that will address these recommendations. Second, the OIG recommends that the department review its use of proxies to ensure that all uses of force are adequately reviewed by a person of sufficient rank. And lastly, the OIG recommends that the commission consider a process under which non-categorical uses of force that are of special concern undergo monitoring and review by the use of force subcommittee, and that this process include the OIG's assistance in identifying and tracking such cases, some of which are already in progress. Following the completion of the OIG's review, we shared our preliminary findings with the department and engaged in a very productive discussion about individual cases as well as the systemic recommendations that we made. I will let the department present its specific response to our report, but I believe that while there are still some areas of disagreement, we were able to reach agreement in many other areas, as well as the bulk of the related recommendations, and that some of these recommendations are already in the process of being implemented. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have about the report.
Thank you very much. Can we first have the department's response, if any, to the report and the recommendations?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Dominic Choi. So we do have a verbal response. There were 14 recommendations that we looked at. First of all, I'd like to thank Camelia for being very not cooperative, but working with us together in working out these findings from the report and then coming up with our response. As she mentioned, many of these 14 recommendations we are already in the works of addressing and have been in the works. Remember, the sample size came from almost 2 years ago. So within those 2 years, we have already initiated action to modify or correct some of these deficiencies. I'll give you an example. So recommendations number 1, 3, 6, 7, and 14, and we can go over each one individually if you desire, but I will say those 5 right there are all being addressed in the updated use of force reporting requirements. It's current, this revised policy is currently in the review process, and it'll go into meet and confer with the PPL. So I don't want to commit to too much, but we are addressing all of those issues. So 5 of those items are being addressed. three of the issues, recommendations number 5, 8, and 9, we believe we are now already doing, or policies are already in place to address those recommendations. So that's already 8 of them. Some of the others we believe require some more conversation. For example, the policy on strip searches. We absolutely agree that there should be a policy providing our employees guidelines on when and when not to record such a private, confidential type of encounter. That is absolutely necessary in law enforcement, but we need to provide guidelines, so we'll work on that. The issue, I think, and a question will come up, so I'll talk about it now. The issue about documenting or memorializing each and every officer that is involved in a non-categorical use of force or a witness to a non-categorical use of force individually, independently. The department's position on that is that our current processes are sufficient for an accurate adjudication, given the resources that we have, and in consultation with the city attorney's office, that our processes and our documentations in these are sufficient to address any litigation or documentation concerns that may come up. But I think it's important to know that in the process of investigating these non-categorical uses of force, supervisors are required to talk to each and every one of these employees. If there is a conflict or an inconsistency in their statements, if there is a discrepancy in the injury that's occurred versus what is being discussed or reported by the officers, that automatically moves that non-categorical up from a level 1 to a level 2. And so there is a process in place where if there are inconsistencies or differences in the report, or there's a complaint of excessive force, where the level of investigation moves up in intensity. So in a nutshell, that is kind of, I know this is a little bit fragmented, but that's our overall response. If there's specific questions or more detailed questions you may have, then we'd be happy to answer them with myself, Captain Williams, and Chief Kamala.
Thank you, Chief Choi. And Chief Kamala, thank you for being present today. I guess my question, and I'm glad you honed in on the one issue that I was focused on, which was item number 2 of the recommendations, which is to implement the OIG's previous recommendation that all officer accounts of a non-categorical use of force, including those of witness officers, should be individually and independently documented in a prompt manner. I guess this first question is for the IG himself. Since this was a previous recommendation to the commission, did the commission previously adopt your recommendations?
And I'm going to defer to my team a little bit. It has been made by the OIG in multiple different reports in the past, some of which occurred prior to even my arrival in this particular position. So I want to make sure I answer your question accurately. And I'll ask Camelia, who's been around a little bit longer than I have, to see if it went through the process of adoption previously or not.
Yes, we originally made this recommendation in 2013, and the recommendations were adopted by the commission at that time. There was general agreement by the department at that time that would proceed, but I think there have been some barriers to implementation since then.
So am I correct in understanding that since 2013, the Inspector General has recommended that all officer accounts of non-categorical uses of force, including those of witness officers, should be independently and individually documented in a prompt manner? The commission adopted it since 2013, yet the department has not implemented what the commission itself has adopted as a policy recommendation from the IG. Would that be an accurate statement, or is my understanding correct? Anybody?
That is my understanding.
Yeah, and I'll add, just as a chief, this goes back some 8 years, 7 years. I won't question Camelia's recollection But I do know that this has been a point of dispute because of the burden that this places on the department versus the merit of return. Non-categorical uses of force at a level 2 are relatively straightforward matters that if there are consistent application of minor levels of force, these are the person may complain of an injury, the person may be taken to the ground, and you may have 5 or 6 people that were involved in some aspect of that, that to separate and isolate those individuals and take individual accounts is not only time consuming, but potentially disruptive in the sense that a prosecution of the individual in an adversarial system known as our criminal justice system would try to capitalize on variations of an officer's account and create doubt when in effect these are just a rephrasing or a different manner of phrasing how force was used or how the application or the sequence of events. This commission sees officers' accounts in very serious matters of categorical uses of force, and there are variations that can exist. So the department, our worries historically as an organization has been to get to invest critical and finite resources in the investigation of all reportable uses of force, to rely upon body-worn video, digital on-car video, and officers and the interviews of an officer by an independent and uninvolved supervisor, and in the absence of conflict, and in concert with a written arrest report, which attests to the circumstances of the arrest, including the use of force made, and includes all the involved officers as agreeing to that's sufficient, rather than the development of 5 to 7 to 9 separate statement forms that would in fact, I believe, pose a burden on us that its level of return is questionable at best.
Chief, here's my concern. And it's something that I've been pushing for a while now. And it's something that, you have embraced, the mayor's office has embraced, and it centers around the ABLE training, the intervention. And it's also something that was just passed in state law. It is now the law of the state that if officers see something that they deem is incorrect, that they intervene. And that could be a non-categorical use of force. And if we don't have independent statements from officers that center around that, how are we to then determine through these audit procedures whether or not something like that occurred? Right now, we don't have the training for the ABLE training, the money for the ABLE training that we're seeking, so that all officers are trained on that. But we need to be able to capture what's going on out there. And if we don't have this tool that's been recommended for the past 8 years, we as a department are deficient in seeing that. And what we're asking an officer to do, quite frankly, is to sit down and write a report that should take no more than 15 minutes at best for an officer to write what he just witnessed. So, this is something that the commission has already adopted. And, it's being brought to my attention now that the department has not implemented something that the commission has requested be adopted by the department. I guess the question is, what are the steps going forward that, the department implement what the commission has recommended?
So I'm not, as a chief, I haven't been a person that has an initiative or a directive by this commission that we've not met, in my view. If this is something, so this is not, in now 3.5+ years, this was not an open issue that we've been resistant of or disagreement. I don't hold the same understanding that this was a requirement imposed on the department by the Board of Police Commissioners, adopted in 2013. I won't question, I am concerned, as Chief Choi indicates, on the basis of the evaluation of this proposal, that it be one that is thoughtful, that is reflective of competing interests and needs, and that if the decision of this commission upon reflection upon that broader presentation believes that this is what this organization must do, then you are the head of this department, and we will follow that direction. But I think it is. I would ask for us on this point for us to spend some time and energy and demonstrate out of 2,000 plus level 2 investigations what type of just impact organizationally in completing that investigation, that aspect of it, those statement forms could involve as far as an impact on the department's ability to go about in its activities versus the benefit or potential benefit or the envisioned benefit that it would offer. And then lastly, the city attorney's counsel, whether it be in civil matters or the criminal matter, what police general counsel may offer as to considerations before the board.
Chief
So
Choi,
not just wholesale adopting.
Chief Choi, I saw that you had wanted to say something.
Yeah, I actually just have a question, and I'm not familiar with the 2013 direction from commission, but to Camille, do you remember if that direction was to have individual interviews and recorded statements of our witnessing and involved officers for non-cats, or what the specific? I'll look it up, but I'm trying to get a better understanding.
Sure. At the time, there was no change to the requirement that officers be independently interviewed, but of course, those interviews are not recorded. And so the recommendation was specifically for a written statement or written account about either the use of force that they used or that they observed.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Camilla, if I may follow up, what is the Attorney General's position with regard to or response to the department's concerns and or the concerns expressed by apparently the city attorney with regard to these individual witness officer reports?
Can I clarify, Commissioner? You mentioned Attorney General. Just want to make sure.
I'm sorry, not the attorney, the city attorney. Sorry. Yes, thank you.
And assuming you meant the OIG's position in response to that, hopefully, I want to make sure you understand it correctly. So to say it briefly, I think one of the motivations for our recommendation, both in this report, and I believe it's consistent with the previous recommendations that were made by the office as well, is that we're investigators by trade. And we think what's important in these incidents where a reportable use of force has occurred by a member of the department, that the best evidence be brought to light for a full and thorough investigation. And I don't think that can happen, that the best evidence be brought to light without independent accounts from each witness or involved officer. I agree. I think it would be hasty to consider an issue like this in a complete vacuum and not consider costs and benefits. I think it's appropriate to do so. At the end of the day, however, given the import of any incident, low-level non-categorical force or higher-level non-categorical force, the import of any such incident where reportable force has been used, we feel the best evidence must be brought to light to determine if the officers acted appropriately or not. And in order to do that, we feel there must be independent statements. With regard to concerns over sort of criminal prosecution and discrepancies in statements, I want to not speak for a prosecuting agency, but I think to me the same standard applies. In that situation as well, you ought to want the best evidence to make sure that justice is done in any way, and that can be done, I think, better through independent statements from all who witnessed or were involved. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. At this point, I want to open it up to have comments and or questions from other commissioners if they have any. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I have a fairly basic question to start with. The IG's office has said there's areas of disagreement, and the department indicated that there were still some areas of dispute, but I'm not clear what those are. Are those on specific recommendations where there is a dispute? I'd like to be very clear on where the areas of dispute still are. Because it sounds like you've had a lot of conversations, which is great, but I'm not clear what is still in dispute.
I'll comment, and then if there's anything more, Captain Williams. I think item number 2, this item that we're talking about right now, is the item of dispute. I think everywhere else, there's something we can work on, or we already have something in place, or it's been put in place from 2020 till now.
Okay. So
Commissioner Decker, could I add just one brief comment? There are a couple of individual cases that we discussed as well. And out of the more than 2,000 incidents that occurred each year, I think it may not be surprising that a review by OIG doesn't match up 100% of the time with a review of the department. I don't consider it surprising. There were some individual cases where we didn't see eye to eye, but those are very small a minority.
But that's very helpful. So thank you to just understand what the areas of the differences of opinion are. And I would understand, given that the report reviewed investigations and there's comments about specific cases of whether the category of force perhaps that was used, or whether it was de-escalation appropriate or sufficient. I can understand in individual cases there might be reasonable differences of opinion, but in terms of the overall report, my take from hearing this, which is that there really aren't significant areas of dispute other than what the conversation was with Commissioner Briggs. Is that accurate generally?
The department believes that's accurate. There are some areas that need tightening up, such as supervisory review or accountability, and we agree to that. And that's just our internal processes that are in place, ensuring that we are doing what's already documented.
Okay, I appreciate that. Does the IG have a differing view of this, or?
No, nothing to add on that point. I think that's pretty accurate as well.
And from operations, Commissioner Decker, if I might, just for Chief Grimala, their team was also involved in this. Just want to make sure that the respective offices have had a chance to respond to you as well.
Chief, thank you so much. Thank you also for your question and inquiry, Commissioner Decker. But I'd like to first begin by thanking Inspector General Smith, Assistant Inspector General Naguib, Mr. Colina, and Ms. Gomez, because if we're talking about quality through continuous improvement, what does that really mean? Is it lip service, or are there actionable items for us to take away from the IG's report? And there was an immense amount of work and effort and attention. And just as a reminder, this was a 2020 sampling, and we've now passed 2021. We're entering 2022. So I think the Office of Operations itself would be remiss if it didn't take a look at those recommendations. As Chief Choi just stated, where can we tighten things up? And just very briefly, I'd like to let you know what the OO action items are with regard to some significant points that were raised by the Inspector General's report. And the OO office respects very much what was highlighted. So to begin with, I've directed all 4 bureaus to do 5 days of consecutive roll call training, which will also include training coordinator, retraining in 5 specific areas. And these were all highlighted as, for lack of a better term, needs improvement, or places that, as Chief Choi said, we could tighten things up. The first being the thoroughness of documenting each and every force application that officers are engaged in a non-categorical use of force, be it level 1 or level 2. And that would be a discussion of Department Manual Section 4, Solidus 245.10. Next up, again, discussion of Special Order 25. That was December 12th, 21 on positional asphyxia. And especially to the point of what does "I can't breathe" denote in the minds of officers, and what type of response should that elicit, even if that suspect, that individual, that subject, if it's a case of somebody with mental illness, can continue to speak, and that we not be dismissive of that, and we highlight the importance of attention to that. be it by the officers responding or on-scene supervisors. Point 3, looking at AFDRs. IG Smith, your talk, and also Ms. Naguib on the importance of the working group that is led by OCPP, the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy, and OO has a seat at that table. And I thank the IG's office and OCPP for that, where we can see in what ways do we need to tighten up not only the completion, but the review process of AFDRs, especially with regard to documentation in instances where we've had a use of force. So again, that's something that's very important. So we're going to be talking to each of the 21 areas through their bureaus to ensure that that process is tightened up. Number 5, continuing to emphasize de-escalation and what that means in policy, procedure, applicability, and options. And this was, again, something, although I think OO in general did quite well in that area, and we do hear and see the articulation in body worn and DICV and in statements, it's something that can never be emphasized enough. And that would also include a refresher on when to handcuff those who may be experiencing a mental illness episode where there is not a crime that that person is being pursued for. For example, when they are harmful to themselves, or there's the potential that they're harmful to themselves. Those are the situations that we would like to emphasize. 2 other areas, just very briefly, that we will be looking at and reviewing, and I've directed all the bureau chiefs to do so, is proxies. Ensuring that those who may be given proxy rights to review in any part of the use of force process in the non-categorical realm actually have that authority, that right, and that responsibility to be a proxy. That we are not delegating to the point where we are not having the proper eyes on every single use of force application that has to go through that process. So we're doing a thorough review of proxies. And again, I thank the IG for bringing that to our attention as well. And lastly, the availability of body-worn video devices and recording devices at the geographic area. So this is going to brass tacks. What availability do kit rooms have in all 21 geographic areas that if, for example, a detective to supervisor goes out to assist in a non-categorical use of force investigation, does he or she have access to a body-worn video device or some type of digital audio device? And I'm pleased to report to you that ranging from 4 to 12, depending on the geographic area, there is that reserve of body-worn video cameras or digital recording devices that can and should be checked out by those who may respond to field situations where they are not on a daily basis mandated to have one affixed to their uniform or to their attire. So I just wanted to highlight those. I think it's important. I want to be responsive and respectful to the points that were made by the IG, and I also want to join in Chief Choi's thanks and acknowledgement of the robust dialogue and the responsiveness from the IG's office to the working group as well. Thank you for allowing me to highlight those points.
Well, thank you, Chief Grimalo. That was all very important information, and I apologize if earlier you weren't given a chance on behalf of OO to do your own report. Those are very important areas and a lot of issues that were raised by the Inspector General's report. But then I, just to go back to my initial question, to narrow down what the areas of differences of opinion are, we're back just to item 2, which was the subject of discussion with Commissioner Briggs. If anyone disagrees with that, please let me know, but I think that that's what I took from all of that. I have a few other specific questions related, and I do want to just ask the Inspector General, this is more of a broader comment, and I realize these reports require a lot of work. I do want to thank the IG's office. I recognize the amount of time, attention, the detail. You know, there's a balance between providing the detail and then providing information that is suddenly historic in nature and no longer current. And I think I speak for all commissioners. We very much appreciate all of that work. But I would like you to think about how to be perhaps more timely in the presentation of the information so that it gets to the commission in a more timely way. It's terrific that the department has already made a lot of the changes, and that's terrific. That's not a bad thing. But obviously, we also want the resources of the Inspector General's office, which are limited, to be used in areas that are in need of reform. But to focus on a few issues that I do have questions on, and maybe hear from the IG and from the department on, and with the data with respect to, I think it's corrections and kickbacks is the term used in the report, where a case goes back, whether by CIRD or others in the process, to send back for more information or clarification. If I wrote down the numbers correct in my notes, it's about 2/3 of the cases are sent back. And that seems high to me. On one hand, it's good that the chain of command, as they're reviewing a case, are always evaluating it, sending it back. On the other hand, it does suggest that the initial investigations are not being done as thoroughly. And I don't know which way to view those numbers. And the IG's office has looked at the case more, these situations, the cases more carefully. I wonder if you can give context to those numbers for me. And also, I'll then ask the department to give me their characterization of those numbers as well.
If I could answer, I would just say that these kickbacks, as they're called, are a mix of clerical requests and suggestions and more substantive issues. The non-categorical use of force process involves a lot of data entry about each incident, including the use of force, facts about the suspect, and a lot of other things. And so I think in many cases, these were requests to fix some of that data entry to make sure that something was included. There were also a few substantive changes. I think we mentioned in the report about how something should be classified as a level 1 or a level 2, some uses of force that maybe were not fully documented or addressed. And those were generally addressed through follow-up reports or changes to the non-categorical use of force record. So I just like to point out that it is a mix of more low-level clerical issues as well as some more substantive issues. And I would say most of them are clerical.
Some of those clerical issues, in my, again, humble opinion, I have always considered like drafts of a report. Investigations can be complex, multifaceted, as a drafting of a large report can be. And I think there's some normalcy to having it go through, a boss, a supervisor, and come back and get revised. And that's fine and good. Other things that, as committee just mentioned, some more substantive decisions that kick back, those are of greater import. But I consider some of that just part of the normal investigation process.
So then I guess my question for the department, and I'm not sure who the right person is to respond, but leaving aside the clerical, which, it seems, as the Inspector General indicated, in large reports that just may be very commonplace. I'm more concerned with the substantive. If there is a particular supervisor who is continually getting kickbacks on more substantive issues, does the department have a procedure to intervene and train that particular supervisor or retrain, whatever the case may be, to address that issue?
So for non-categorical uses of force, CIRD ultimately does the final review and closes it out, or any deficiencies, it gets addressed or kicks back to the area. So I'm going to let Captain Scott Williams address what he sees and what the process is.
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, commissioners. Commissioner Decker, I mean, as you know, CIRD has a very thorough review process, and we catch a lot of things, clerical and substantive, during our review. In those cases where there's substantive issues that are identified, especially if they're major misses that we identify, I generally will have personal conversations with area COs or bureau training coordinators to address those individual actions to ensure that they're not occurring over and over again, especially by the same individual. So we do provide ongoing training to area training coordinators. We've attended area training days to go over use of force reporting policies and what our expectation at CIRD is for a thorough investigation. But in terms of the identifications of like 1 or 2 individual supervisors who are consistently making errors, I can't say that I've seen that over and over again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That was helpful. I did have questions on equipment that Chief Gramala answered in her response, so thank you for anticipating that. And then I think my final area of questioning is with respect to the information provided on de-escalation, which I believe the Inspector General's office spoke about during their presentation. And just to get down to the bottom of it, there were, I want to get down to the 12 cases where the Inspector General's office evaluated that the appropriate amount of de-escalation was not adequately used, or techniques were not adequately used. And of those 12 cases, I believe 5 of those 12, the department had not recognized. I may be summarizing this incorrectly as I'm trying to reread my notes, and I certainly have to work on my penmanship. So perhaps you can, the Inspector General's office can reframe that a little more precisely. But my question is, are those areas where you had differences of opinion with the department on those specific cases? Or is there something more we should be concerned about that the department did not recognize those during their review?
I'm not sure there was necessarily a disagreement, although we didn't discuss those in great detail. I think one of the things we tried to look at for those 5 remaining cases that hadn't been addressed is that there were some, as I think I mentioned, some practices like the handcuffing of a person who was mentally ill, or the holding of someone in a holding cell prior to being transferred to a healthcare facility, or the use of force in an administrative setting where someone, for example, didn't want to get fingerprinted, that we thought additional de-escalation could have been used, or maybe even that the officers escalated the situation by moving too fast, and there may have been another way to get voluntary compliance. But in those cases, there was potentially a policy issue that I think in the sense of handcuffing has certainly been addressed, and hopefully with the transport of people to a healthcare facility will also hopefully be addressed in a more timely fashion. So I don't recall each specific case, but we tried to look at systemic issues, and those were some of the ones that we identified.
And you think the recommendations provided and the efforts the department has already undertaken will address that? Is that what you're saying?
Hopefully. I mean, I think we do talk about there's a real capacity issue with respect to the co-response model. And so we want to make sure that we better understand what those capacity issues are, how often officers, the SMART team is responding at the beginning of the incident, and when they're able to kind of immediately transport a person. But yes, I mean, we're hoping that those changes will have a significant impact.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions?
I don't. I want to first thank both the IG and the department, because they spent a lot of time with them over the last several days, going through a long list of questions, some of which were reflected in the final report. So I appreciate that. I guess, and I should say I had no questions particularly to the department or the IG that come to mind. I think the question is probably more for us as the commission, because to me, it raises kind of a question that we've kicked around a little bit before in other contexts. Is, I think the agenda is suggesting that the action would be to accept the report, and the question is, what is the effect or the impact of accepting? Does that mean that we're directing the department to implement all of the recommendations, or what exactly does that mean? I think is what I want to understand, because we've identified at least like 3 buckets of issues, the areas where there's some things that have already been done that were noted in the report, but there's action already taken. Then there's the area where around recommendation 2, where there's some disagreement. And then there's a third category of those where there's general agreement, but there's some work that's in process, like doing some additional work on strip search guidance and so on. It seems to me that even in that third category, there may be some disagreements that could emerge where the department is proposing to do something that the IG may not think is going far enough, or may or may not, think really addresses it. So to me, in an ideal world, I'd like to certainly on number 2, I'd like to hear some more definitive conversation about the trade-offs there. I think we're kind of balancing, the risk of potentially getting incomplete statements or documentation, and then you have, the risk of getting, the inefficiencies that the chief mentioned, and the risk that there may be, disagreements and disputes and things around minor details and inconsistencies and so on. So I feel I need to hear more about that issue before directing the department to move forward in that regard. And then with that third category, I think it seems like that it'd be helpful to have a more definitive implementation plan. When I say definitive, I don't mean draft all the draft policies and directives and so on, but just more of a cataloging. Chief Kamala just mentioned a range of things that she's already moving on, and I think it'd be helpful to kind of get a sense of what all that activity is, so that then we know how close they really are on all 14 of the recommendations, or whether there's some additional work to be done. So I can go either way. If we're going to approve the report, I would still want it to be subject to, or be clear that we're not mandating, on number 2 in some of these other areas, or perhaps we can ask the department to come back in 30 days or so with, more definitive comment on implementation broadly. And I would lean towards the latter. I just note that with the audit reports, we have the benefit they come to us, where there's a section in the report that does address exactly what those the management and audit consultations were, and what things have already been changed and what's going to be done. This is a little different type of report, so we don't have the benefit, really. It doesn't come to us with that specific statement like the audit reports do. So that's really just a comment that I'm welcome any thoughts about how we stop short of mandating, full implementation of all these recommendations on the one hand, and whether we, how we can get a more definitive statement of what they really are going to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. And I think your concerns will be addressed in the motion that I am going to propose concerning this report. Commissioner Soberoff, I saw that you had your mic open.
I did, and I don't know what your hybrid motion is, but I would like to move forward, depending on what your hybrid motion is, if it covers what I'm thinking. So
here, I'll go ahead and move. Then I would move that we accept this report, and that we direct the Inspector General and the department to have further discussions concerning those open items, in particular item number 2 of the recommendations, and then report back to the commission in 30 days on those discussions and where we stand on any of the unresolved issues that have been outlined.
I will second that motion.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Briggs, may I just make a quick comment on that? I voted in favor.
Yes, Commissioner Decker.
But I did ask the Inspector General's office to be a little more timely in their responses, and it would have been very helpful to have a written response from the department, given the complexity of these issues and the amount of time they were given to respond. And I would just ask in the future that everybody kindly consider that, so that we don't have to do what we're doing today, which is put off the full consideration of all the recommendations, which I suspect in the end will adopt most of them. It would have been helpful to have a written response. That's my only comment. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you. The motion's been made and carried. We'll now turn to item 5C on the regular agenda, which is the department's report relative to Public Safety Committee on the Asian American Pacific Islander hate crimes. And so can we bring forward Deputy Chief Pitcher?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner, Deputy Chief Pitcher here.
Good afternoon, Chief Pitcher. You can proceed.
Okay, great. Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief. Detective Bureau has revised the Asian American Pacific Islander hate crimes response to the city's council's Public Safety Committee as directed to reflect first, it is now formally addressing the Public Safety Committee itself. Second, the content is now enhanced to specifically detail the department-wide efforts to prevent and address the AAPI-related crimes and hate incidents, inclusive of now the numerous community meetings, forums, events, and training that were conducted by the Director of the Office of Operations, Assistant Chief B. Gramala, the department's AAPI liaison, Deputy Chief Blake Chow, the department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, Commander Ruby Flores, with various AAPI groups and organizations during the year 2021. Specifically, added to this, they met with the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council, the LA Civil and Human Rights and Equity Department, the LADA and CA's Hate Crimes Unit, the LA City Employees Asian American Association, the Asian Americans Advancing Justice, LA Metropolitan Transportation Authority. They've also met with numerous AAPI religious organizations and congregations throughout LA during the year. And several of the bureaus have conducted their Combating Asian Pacific Hate Crimes forums throughout. Third, the report provides now clear rationale as to why the department and Asian communities and groups believe the disaggregation of the hate crimes and victim data information is not in the interests of the community served nor the department. Specifically, we added the fact that the OCOP's community relations section had conducted 2 specific meetings with AAPI community groups who strongly held during those meetings that the disaggregation of such data and information would tend to create further fear and distrust and negatively affect the department's relationship with these immigrant communities if that practice were to move forward. And then last, the report revised in response to the Public Safety Committee's request to look at the development of online hate crimes reporting platforms for reporting purposes. The department has discussed a little bit more in concise detail that it has a full and strong belief that the department and the public is far better served by having officers continue to conduct in-person investigations due to the inherent intricacies often found in hate crimes and hate incident investigations to ensure that we properly identify the incidents that may have been overlooked and typically can get overlooked from year to year. So that's how we've revised the report consistent with Commissioner Decker's request.
Thank you, Chief Pitcher. Commissioner Decker, I know that this was something that was particular interest to you and that you had these concerns. Has the department now addressed all of your concerns with respect to the revised report?
They have, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, then Commissioner Decker, I would ask that you then move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to the Public Safety Committee, if you would not mind.
I'll second your motion, sure.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Chief Pitcher.
You're very welcome, sir. Thank you.
Item 5D is going to be deferred until a later date at this time, so it's coming off the agenda, but we will hear it at another commission hearing. So we'll now go to item 5E, the department's report and audit on arrest, booking, and charge. Commander Brockway and Police Administrator Unzicker. Is Miss Unzicker present?
She is, Commissioner. It's just taking a minute to bring her, to promote her.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commander Brockway.
Good afternoon, Police Commission, Chief Moore, City Attorney, Mr. T. Fank, Inspector General. Thank you so much for having us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hunziker. Commander Brockway, you can proceed.
Well, Commissioner, if it's okay, I'd love to defer to to Audit, who conducted the audit for us, and then our response. But I will tell you that in audits, we did exceptionally well. We had a couple of issues that were very, very minor that we've been able to address as far as operations are concerned. But obviously, when it comes to any type of arrest report, we want to look at probable cause, reasonable suspicion, make sure that all the articulable facts are there to ensure that things are being deemed constitutionally. And then if we do have an issue or concern where in this case, where a watch commander had not logged in as a watch commander and signed an arrest report, to ensure that that is fixed. And I can assure you that in that one instance, we did fix that. And then in a separate incident, we had an issue where somebody who failed to sign and do the checkbox for a medical waiver. In that case, we've addressed that. But more than anything, in that instance, that form has to be attached to the arrest report. But in this case, that person didn't need any type of medical treatment. So I would defer back to the police administrator to go into the audit, and any response that we have, I'm here for that, sir, all day long.
Thank you, Ms. Hunziker.
Thank you, Commander. This audit is one of our recurring projects that goes back to the consent decree. It's done to determine, as the commander mentioned, whether reporting elements such as probable cause or reasonable suspicion are properly documented on the arrest reports, and whether department supervisors are reviewing the reports to make sure that that information is captured correctly. So this audit has been repeated every 1 or 2 years because it's important that the information on arrest records is complete and accurate, or there may be a negative impact on any case resulting from these arrests. So the report shows that the department performed very well in all the categories we reviewed. Just a quick reminder, that's articulating the reason for the arrest, consistency between the videos and arrest report, and that we're checking to make sure that the watch commander is properly approving the arrest report and booking documentation. And because the department has performed so well in these categories, and this goes all the way back to 2009, I took a look at some of the reports and the performance associated with it. Audit Division believes that it may be time to ask a different series of questions. Perhaps we could continue to repeat these, but we're also going to focus moving forward on asking questions about Miranda rights, whether booking advice is obtained from detectives when it's appropriate, and we may broaden the arrest categories that we review. So I'm also joined by my staff from the section that performed the audit, and we can answer additional questions regarding the audit report.
Thank you, Ms. Hunziker. At this time, I want to open it up to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions on this audit? Commissioner Decker? Commissioner Soberoff?
No, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Hunziker, can you explain the additional questions that you would like to ask, and are they, and what would be the purpose of those additional questions in terms of eliciting information that you're not already obtaining?
Oh, I don't mean to make it seem as if they're not questions that we can't ask now. What I mean to say is that because this audit comes from the consent decree, And because we're seeing repeated performances of over 95% in a number of our objectives, particularly objective 1, we think that it's time to get additional information, perhaps broaden the types of arrest reports that we look at in order to try to identify areas that may be a priority for the department to address, either through its policies or just as a heads up to department management.
Can you give me an example?
Well, one example would be the types of reports that we're looking at. So for example, there were a number of reports that we excluded from review. And so one option would be to actually broaden the categories that we review. For example, if I were to look at the scope and methodology, we excluded Los Angeles Municipal Code violations. It's possible that because we haven't reviewed those types of violations recently, that we may find some risk to the department, and that may be something that we could address and something that would be useful to department management to address if there are concerns around that, or if we can demonstrate that there's perhaps lower levels of compliance than we have when we've been looking at the evaluation of the arrest reports and the articulations around them. So far, what we've seen is between 95 and 100% compliance in those areas. And it's possible if we broaden our review of the reports that we may find lower levels of compliance, and we may be able to assist the department to bring us into compliance there.
Okay. Do any commissioners have any questions concerning that recommendation? Then at this time, I would move that we approve the department's report and adopt the recommendations set requested by the auditor. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved. Thank you very much. Thank both of you. At this time, that concludes our regular agenda items. We're going to be going into closed session. I suggest that we commence closed session at 1:45. Thank you all and see you during closed session.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda item 6A and 6B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Yes, thing.
Seeing that the suspect's car becomes stuck on the bottom of the hill, officers redeploy. They drive around Elvaya down to Ventura Boulevard and position their police vehicles on Ventura Boulevard near the suspect's car. And ordering him to exit the vehicle. The suspect refuses to comply and does not exit the vehicle. Additionally, additional officers responded to the victim's location and verified that a crime had occurred. Officers continuously communicated with the suspect, at which time the incident was declared a barricaded suspect and Metropolitan Division SWAT was notified.
We have a quorum. Mr. Tiefenk, can you please report out?
Yes, Mr. President. Commission has concluded its work in closed session. As relates to item 6A1, law enforcement related injury, K9 number 005-21, the commission unanimously on a 4-0 vote adopted the chief of police recommendations, which were tactics, tactical debrief 1 Sergeant 2, 1 police officer 3+1, 8 police officer 3s, and 1 police officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 2 police officer 3s. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 3s. Less lethal use of force in policy, 3 police officer 3s, 1 police officer 2. Canine deployment consistent with established criteria. Canine contact consistent with established procedures. Post canine contact procedures consistent with established criteria. As relates to item 6A2, officer involved shooting 007-21, the commission unanimously on a 4-0 vote adopted the recommendations of the chief of police, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 2 police officer 2s, lethal use of force out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2. As relates to item 6B, commission adopted unanimously on a 4-0 vote. Hearing examiners recommended. That concludes the report.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. At this time, there being no further business before the commission, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second? The motion has been seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you at the next meeting. There will not be a meeting next week due to the Martin Luther King holiday, but we will meet the week afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.